Yes, it is that time once again. Time for last minute Girls Frontline 2 event story. Very last minute. Like literally early morning of the last day before it ends. But I've been busy, so, you know. Anyways, let's not waste any time, because I have a bit limited time window and I do need to get other things done today. One week after Odessa's interim chief took office, inside a hotel suite. While the pall over Odessa is not yet dispersed, Kalina and company are still scheduled to set out for Lviv. The group begins preparing for their journey early in the morning. Kalina is tidying up documents at her desk while Lena is hopping from foot to foot as she packs their suitcases. Now we can leave this boring old hotel at last. I can't wait to head for Lviv and see the commander again. Ho, I'm sure Colleen feels the same way. Don't you, Colleen? Colleen interrupts Leva's banter as her cheeks burn red. We're rushing to Lviv to pick up Helena as soon as possible. Also, your neural cloud needs an immediate deep examination from Persica. Yeah, that's our Colleen for you. Everything she does is for the job. She definitely doesn't stay up at night, gazing longingly at the map. Yep, that's our sneaky little Colleen. When she thinks nobody was looking, she secretly goes commander stalking. I swear I didn't see anything. Why you? Kalina makes towards the sisters, intent on knuckling their heads. Lena grabs Kalina's and Leva's arms, pulling them all into a giggling group hug. However, the light-hearted mood doesn't last for long. A sudden transmission interrupts their antics. Director? After hearing Kruger's stern voice, Kalina gestures to Leva and Lena before heading over to the floor-to-ceiling windows by herself. Leva, I want to go buy some Odessan souvenirs afterwards. We've got space in our luggage, so we can get something for the commander. Lena kneels by a suitcase and waves merrily to Leva. However, Leva glances over to where Kalina is and lightly places her finger on her lips in a shushing gesture. Yes, shh. Lena gets her meaning and covers her mouth before lowering her voice. Oops. We ask Colleen too? I might want to buy something too. Lena looks expectantly at Leva, but Leva merely looks at Kalina and gently shakes her head. The long call is finally over some time later. Understood. I'll expedite the follow-up matters to the best of my ability. Frowning, Kalina hangs up the call with Kruger and sighs heavily. Elena sidles up to her and places a concerned hand on her shoulder. What was it, Colleen? Can we head out? Did Kruger secretly assign us a new mission since we're heading up to Lviv? Kalina sighs and ruffles Lena's hair before turning to look at Leva. Sorry, Leva, but I don't think I'll be able to accompany you for that NeuroCloud module checkup. Huh? What does that mean? You mean you aren't going with us, Colleen? Leva shrugs as though she's already anticipated this outcome. Is our dear Colleen going to be left behind cleaning up the mess that old Fox left in his wake by order of the director? Alina smiles bitterly. The investigation into Sexton Fobin is part of it. On the surface, Zimmerman's just taken the seat of interim chief. Meanwhile, the Odessa Oblast government has issued several new ordinances today. As such, the director wants me to remain in Odessa as a representative of Nopha and facilitate the upcoming handover. So I'm sorry, Leva. I was planning to head out with you once today's business was settled, but given the present circumstances, I'll be spending at least 2 weeks in Odessa. What's there to be sorry for? It's just 2 more weeks. Lena and I can just keep standing by. No, I'll contact the commander again about the meetup. I don't want to delay your neural cloud examination any further. Leva, I want you to head out as soon as possible. I'll contact Persica about this. Yep, I'm all for Leva going for the checkup too. Besides, things in Odessa have stabilized, so I'll be enough to protect Colleen by myself. Lena happily hugs Leva. The latter simply ruffles Lena's hair with a slight smile. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm gonna stay. Huh? Ava? Why? Colleen, you should understand, right? You drew a lot of attention during the Battle of the Big Bridge. Even if things have calmed down for the moment, you're still representative of Nampha. It means the number of eyes on you is only going to increase. We can't afford to lower our guard no matter what. Besides, there are still those two mysterious third-gen dolls to worry about. I don't think Lena could take them by herself if they decided to ambush us. Since you're not objecting, it's decided then. Let's just wait until the handover's done, and then we'll all go together. That way, none of us will be left behind. But as she looks at the worried faces in front of her, Leva suddenly bursts into laughter. Oh, come on, why are the two of you like this? Relax. I'm fully aware of the state of my neural cloud. The damage I took earlier won't affect my functionality. Delaying the diagnostic by a couple of weeks isn't a big deal, and I'll do my daily maintenance too. Then off you go to the repair pod, Leva. Since there's nothing going on at the moment, Colleen will be fine with just me by her side. Lena grabs her sister's arm to drag her away, but Leva reluctantly pulls away and places a hand on Lena's shoulder. Okay, I'll go once I finish my tasks at hand. Once everything is done, Leva returns to her room and adjusts the pod, preparing for her daily maintenance regime. However, she pauses halfway after hearing a rustling sound from behind her. Aren't she gonna come out? Upon hearing Leva, Lena pops her head out from behind the door and moves over to stand in front of Leva with a sheepish smile on her face. You noticed me, Leva? You being all sneaky peeky for? Got something to say? I was just thinking. After muttering to herself for a bit, Lena clenches her fist to gather her courage before looking up. I'm here to apologize to you, Leva. I shouldn't have kept your memory loss a secret for selfish reasons. I know how important UMP-40 is to you, but in any case, I'll never do it again. After saying that, Lena lowers her head again, as though she's prepared for a scolding from Leva. However, all Leva does is raise her hand and gently pat Lena's head. Got it. Well, since you already know what you did wrong, I suppose I'll forgive you just this once. Really? Leva? For some reason, Lena isn't cheering up despite being forgiven by Leva. Her eyes are darting around the room. While Leva doesn't quite know why Lena is feeling that way, she still picks up on her sister's uneasiness and pinches her cheeks. Lena, I know, wouldn't get hung up on such small things. Or are you saying that you're still hiding something else from me? Huh? No, I'd never. Nope, I know you wouldn't be bold enough to do bad things like that. Still, if there's nothing else, I'll be going into the pod now. Leva lets go with a smile, then turns to enter the repair pod. However, Lena suddenly reaches out to grab her. Leva, wait, please. Lena throws herself into Leva's embrace without any warning. Leva, could you stay for a while? I've been really happy these few days while I was with you. What's the matter, Lena? I never told Colleen I'd be going off on my own. No, that's not... What I mean is, once your neural cloud is fixed, you'll remember. I know that she's really important to you. But I just can't help thinking that it would be nice if these days could just keep going on. Then his voice gets softer and softer. Leva can't see her face, but she senses an inexplicable unease radiating from Lena. She gently pats Lena's back. But I'll still be here, Lena. Don't let your mind wander, okay? Yeah, I know, but I'm just worried about you. Lena nuzzles her fluffy hair against Leva's chest. A moment later, she looks up and tries her best to smile. I'm sorry, Leva. I shouldn't have let my imagination run wild. Right now, stabilizing your neural cloud is the most important thing. It means getting you into the repair pods ASAP, and making sure you get all fixed up. Before Leva can reply, Lena's already pushing Leva into the pod. After hooking up Leva, Lena quickly leaves the room. As she watches Lena leave, Leva gently shakes her head. Alright, Lena. Looks like I need to have a good chat with her after I finish my examination. And now, Leva closes her eyes and connects to level 2. In the blue environs of level 2, Leva floats lightly like she always does. System maintenance in progress. Now scanning data. Scanning. Data scan failed. Alert. System error. Alert. System error. Leva fires up the maintenance program again, but the ear-piercing warning from her neural cloud interrupts the code's functionality. System error. Operation terminated. System error. Operation terminated. Once again, Leva tries to restart the program, but the intense disruption from her neural cloud makes her body feel heavier and heavier, to the point where she can barely keep her eyes open. The weight crushes her, and Leva slowly closes her eyes. However, a strange voice seems to be approaching her from the darkness. Leva! Someone calling me? Leva, wake up! You can't fall asleep here. Hey! Leva forces her eyes open as someone violently shakes her body, and then a blurry form comes into view in front of her. Thank goodness, you're awake. Quick, follow me. The indistinct figure holds out an anxious hand, trying to drag Leva along with her. However, Leva stumbles back warily. Who are you? Why are you in my neural space? A shrill alert once again derails the train of Leva's thoughts. Insufficient system memory. Computation failed. Insufficient system memory. Computation failed. Quit standing around and follow me, Leva. Otherwise it'll be too late. The indistinct figure grabs Leva excuse me, and drags her forward. Over here. Unable to shake off the hand holding her arm, Leva is forced to run along with the mysterious figure. After running for a while, they stop in front of a small room. This place is... Wait, what is this room? Why is there something in my neural cloud which never existed? What have you done? What's going on? I can't think. Don't worry so much about that. Quick, get in. Not seeming to care about Leva's hesitation, the mysterious figure pulls her into the room. Alright, you're safe now. Wait, this is... It's a place where you can rest and get all better, Leva. The figure interrupts Leva halfway with a snap of her fingers. The room's door suddenly closes. Wait. Too late. Just relax for now and have a good nap, Leva. I guarantee that by the time you wake up, everything will be back to normal. As the indistinct voice fades, the floor below Leva's feet, which is composed entirely of solidified data, suddenly collapses. I can't control my body. Leva struggles as hard as she can as she falls. However, the ghostly blue data around her is like an abyss, pulling her into unfathomable depths below. Soon Leva's form vanishes from view, and the collapsed data surface returns to normal. That should do it. The indistinct figure seems to smile. He turns and begins looking around. More and more data fragments are coming into existence in midair, and more cracks appear on the ground. It's like this already? The place is a mess. Still, that's fine too. This is the perfect chance to make a big scene. That's strange. The maintenance should have been completed over half an hour ago. Why hasn't Leva woken up yet? Leva! Leva! Lena pounds on the outside of the repaired pod, but no matter how hard she hammers on it or tries to fiddle with its controls, the sleeping Leva does not respond. After her repeated attempts to wake Leva up met with failure, Lena finally gives up and runs to Kalina's suite. Colleen, come quick. I think something's wrong with Leva. The inside of Leibniz's lab is quiet, and the only sound that can be heard is that of the repair pod. Leva is transported to Leibniz's lab, where Leibniz performs a quick examination, but any emergency measures she attempts prove ineffective. Leibniz immediately contacts Persica. Leva is currently lying in the repair pod, her eyes closed and unresponsive as she undergoes a remote data diagnostic. Outside it, 3 people are nervously eyeing a transmission screen that has been silent for far too long. Finally, after an almost unbearable silence has passed, Persica finally stops banging on her keyboard and stretches. I get it now. Persica, what's going on? Yeah, is Leva in danger? Boy, quiet down. I can't hear Miss Persica speak. Come down and listen to me. Persica brings up a diagram showing the condition of Leva's neural cloud. A large number of bright red alerts on the screen are quite shocking. This is the current state of Leva's neural cloud. You see all these memory bars here. The ones that are flashing red? They're filled with junk from redundant data. Said junk is clogging up her internal memory, which makes it unresponsive to commands, and that's why Leva's not waking up. Huh? Why is that? Logically speaking, her redundant data should have been cleared away during her daily maintenance sessions. That's right. It should have been cleared away. However, this redundant data is a little special. You know, there's an entity called UMP-40 in Leva's narrow cloud, right? Yep. The 40 was Leva's... Well, after 40 died during Operation Butterfly, Leva simulated her personality in her base layer, using her memories of UMP-40 as a reference. Creating a virtual persona because she couldn't cope with the loss. That doesn't sound like something Leva would do. Still, Leva ultimately retained that persona. Since this additional persona eats into Leva's neural cloud memory, I configured UMP-40 to act as a secondary computing core for Leva's neural cloud. That way, the 2 of them can function normally. Also, I added a dedicated data clearing program so Leva can periodically remove the redundant data generated by 40. I get it now. Normally, Leva would have done this data clearing on a regular basis, but after she was attacked by that weird doll, Leva's neural cloud was damaged, and she forgot about UMP-40, as well as the fact that 40 generates redundant data. So now Leva's neural cloud is filled with redundant data, which is why she's passed out like she blue-screened. That was a pretty accurate summation of the situation. Clever girl, Lena. Indeed, the last time Leva used the cleanup program was the day before her neural cloud was damaged. That much is consistent with my current hypothesis. Well, now that we've figured things out, the solution is simple. I'm going to use the program to clear the data, and Leva should wake up soon enough. Saying so, Persica begins typing rapidly, and the cleaning program can be seen running on the screen in front of her. The group goes silent as they watch the progress bar inch forward, and Leibniz carefully raises her hand. Miss Persica, there's a question I'd like to ask about what you said just now. What is it? You mentioned the Operation Butterfly. What was that all about? And why did Leva and UMP-40 end up involved with it? Operation Butterfly. Now that's a topic that hasn't come up in a while. Why do you want to know? I heard some rumors saying that it involved Mr. Lyko, but I can't find anything about it in the records. It's been over 10 years since then, but they're still keeping such a tight lid on it. A look of disgust crosses Persica's face. Simply put, it was a conspiracy designed to steal Lyko's... Is it Lyko or Lyko? I don't know, whatever. Lyko's legacy. A squad was sent into the Sangvis Ferry mains manufacturing plant in the name of conducting investigation. Then, Paraplui virus was released by another squad, which would rewrite the neural clouds of the dolls taking part in the operation. So Mr. Lyko's legacy was related to the Ogus system? Strictly speaking, it involved control authority over the Ogus system. In other words, it involved Elisa, the AI that Lyko devoted his life to creating. He wanted to control Elisa through Lyko. But Lyko died, which made Elisa uncontrollable. And then the parapluvivirus caused the dolls taking part in the op to end up under SF control, resulting in massive losses among the ops team. Leva was one of the few survivors. Jessica glances toward Lena as she mentions Leva's name. However, Lena is not really paying attention to all of this. Her head is lowered as she gazes intently at Leva with a worried look on her face. Leibniz, on the other hand, seems quite surprised. Miss Persica, is the parapluvivirus really that incredible? I mean, no other dolls out there use the August protocol besides Leva, who refused to change her frame. And could forcibly rewrite its host's OS into using the August protocol, which was the cutting edge of technology back then. Mind you, that was 10 years ago. Nowadays... Persica's eyes flicker over the monitor, and then she begins typing at high speed again. Before long, she frowns. This is supposed to be a small issue. Why is it being such a pain? What's wrong, Persica? Is there a problem with Leva? It's not much of a problem, but the neural attack she was hit with earlier caused Leva's own data to get jumbled up with 40's redundant data. Now neither of them is responding, and the clearing program I'm using might end up causing additional damage to this blended data, so I've got to manually clear it away. But that's way too inefficient. The most ideal solution would be to reset Leva's OGS system. If we got rid of UMP40's data, that would also remove the issues plaguing Leva's neural cloud at the source. No, you can't. Lena, who had been spacing out until just now, rushes over to the screen and frantically waves her arms. Leva would never agree to getting rid of UMP40. Leva was already in a lot of pain after forgetting 40, and I don't want to see her suffer again. I know you'd say that, Lena. You're right. Leva's been so insistent on preserving her neural records of 40 over these years, she's even refused to change out her frame. There's no way she'd ever agree to what I suggested just now. I simply mentioned it as a possibility. Therefore, to quickly fix Leva's neural cloud malfunction, we need you, Lena. Me? I can help Leva? Yep. You can enter Leva's neural space and manually clear the redundant data. It's the quickest and most precise method we have. Really? Then, what do I need to prepare? I'll head out right now. Can I go now, Persica? Good girl. Just let me finish these settings first. Oh, and there's one more thing you need to do besides clearing the redundant data. Persica pauses. There's a rare look of uncertainty on her face. Based on the calculations from the current logs, Leva ought to have had excess memory left over. Even after factoring in a fixed daily increase in redundant data, she should have been able to continue functioning, which doesn't match up with how she suddenly entered sleep mode. Are you saying there might be another problem with Leva's neural cloud? There might. Well, whatever it is, we'll only be able to tell once we check it out. I hope the worst case scenario won't come to pass. And that would be resetting Leva's OGS system. I doubt anyone here wants that, right? So yeah, Lena has a lot on her plate. You can handle it, can't you, Lena? Persica shoots Lena a meaningful look, but Lena seems distracted by something else and only responds when Persica calls her name again. Of course. You're acting like a test machine that's out of RAM. It's on your mind. I was thinking, since Leva forgot 40, and we don't know what happened to those neural records, then wouldn't it be terrible if something happened to that data? Well, it's hard for us to determine what's going on from the outside. Maybe it's become junk data. Maybe it's mixed up with the junk data. But either way, you'll have to take care of it once you go in there. You can take care of it, right? Of course, no problem. I'll do a good job for Leva's sake. Now then, let's go over your mission again. I'm going to enter Leva's neural space, clear the redundant data, and then figure out the hidden reason behind her comatose state. Is that it? Yep. The entry program has been properly configured. Are you ready? Lena clenches her fist, and she smiles at Persica through the screen. Yep, I'm ready. Let's begin. This time, I need to protect Leva's memories of UMP40, the most precious thing in her heart. Yeah, I knew we were gonna go into this stuff when they kind of dropped that the one prior event story. Oh no. We're here again. Reusing this background. Blue is the color of calmness and rationality. A color as serene and lovely as Leva herself. That's what Leva's neural space ought to be in Lena's memories. But right now, all she can see are ruined structures and sinister robots wandering in all directions like rogue marionettes. Multicolored data fragments floating everywhere in the space. Colorful, but creepy. How did Leva's neural space end up like this? Leva, where are you? Leva! Leva! The neural space's owner is nowhere in sight, and Lena can't help shouting her name all around. Alerted by Lena's shouting, a pack of machines in the distance snap their heads in her direction. Lena frantically cowers behind a piece of rubble and sends a transmission to Persica. Are you seeing this, Persica? What are those creepy things? Yeah, I see them. The redundant data you need to eliminate are those creepy things over there. Didn't expect it had accumulated to this extent. This is troublesome. Ah. Then, what about Leva? I don't see her anywhere. Is Leva alright? If you can't find Leva, that's probably the fault of the redundant data. I don't think she has enough processing power to respond to you. Try again after getting rid of some of that redundant data. It sure is redundant saying redundant data all the time. I've already granted you the necessary permissions. Alright, I'll get to it. Oh yes, while you're clearing the data, try searching for UMP-40 too. You know what she looks like? Yep. Leva used to have me around while she chatted with 40 in her neural cloud. I'll be able to recognize her if I see her. Good. According to the data scan, she should be nearby. She's always been in Leva's neural space, so maybe she knows what happened to Leva. You should try enlisting her help too. The transmission ends and Lena rises from behind the rubble, taking aim at the wandering robots. Sometime later. Phew. Sure were a lot of those robots. I hope Leva's feeling better now. Still, I didn't see 40 anywhere. Where is she? Lena looks around worriedly from where she's standing in front of a pile of scrapped robots. Just then, she hears another pack of robots moving nearby. Right after that, she spots a small black figure suddenly slip out from among them and run straight toward her. Huh? Isn't that... Be careful. Lena quickly sidesteps and avoids the figure that's headed right for her. When she looks up to study the newcomer, Lena is startled. Oh. A little girl is looking back at her, head tilted and a smile on her face. Hey, you there. Who are you? Her face is like a doll's. Her eyes are gold and exceptionally bright when contrasted against her pale white skin, to the point where their brilliance is a little scary. Lena feels a chill run down her spine as those eyes hone in on her. She unconsciously raises her gun and takes a step back. You... who are you? Why are you in Leva's neural cloud? But the girl does not answer, only tilts her head. Creepy giggling. And then as the girl laughs, a pack of creepy robots suddenly charges right toward Lena. Hmm. Suppose it would be more on brand to bring in the UMP sisters. Bring out the Electric team, I guess. I think. Yeah. Yes. Technically. But I like having Suomi for the busted fucking healing and shields, so this should be fine. Log. Attack range for enemies and allies is reduced by 2 tiles. Okie doke. I don't know if the auto is going to care about that, but whatever. By the time Linda finishes wiping out the creepy robots, the girl has already vanished. All that remains are more weird robots wandering in the distance. Eh? Did she get away? Linda looks around, a concerned expression on her face. This is just too weird. Why is there a little girl in Leva's neural cloud? Never seen her before. Could she be a transformed piece of redundant data? Or is she a virus left behind by that weird doll? Ah, I'll just ask Persica. Sure she'll know. And it calls Persica, but there's no response from the channel, which had been cleared just until just now. Eh? It's not getting through. Did the signal get cut off? No way. Did my communicator get damaged during the battle just now? Lena carefully examines the device, but doesn't see any obvious malfunctions. I have no idea what's going on. Forget it. Maybe it's because of the redundant data. Let's keep clearing out these robots. Lena raises her gun again. Soon she's wiped out all of the creepy robots wandering around the vicinity. As her surroundings quiet down, Lena's attention is suddenly drawn to a strange sound. What's that noise? Lena looks around for the source of the sound, and her eyes soon lock onto a pile of scrap robots in the corner. Through the abandoned metal hulks, she can make out something struggling in there. That's where the sound is coming from. Lena looks again carefully, and she makes out a familiar face framed with light gray hair. Is that Leva? Lena sprints over and digs through the piles of machinery, doing her best to excavate the doll pinned underneath them. Leva? What are you doing in there? Leva. Huh? Sudden embrace interrupts Lena's words, and then she hears a cheerful voice thanking her. No, guessed wrong. But thank you so much for just now, Lena. Lena's face immediately falls. She carefully extricates herself from the hug and looks at the doll before her, who looks almost like Leva, before pouting. Oh, it's just you and P40. Don't look so disappointed. I might not be Leva, but we're still sisters, right? Plus, I know that your number one concern is how Leva's doing. You are here for Leva, right? Lena's eyes immediately light up. Yup, she suddenly shut down, so I came to help Leva clear up the data in her neural cloud. 40, you and Leva share this neural space, so I'm sure you know where she is, right? Sorry, I haven't been able to communicate directly with Leva because of the redundant data, and I can't pinpoint her location either. But if you want to know what happened before this, there's nobody who knows better than me. On hearing this, Lena grabs UMP-40 tightly. So what happened? Why was there an abnormal spike in the amount of redundant data? Why did Leva go into sleep mode ahead of time? And who is that weird girl? UMP-40 senses Lena's anxiety and gently pats her head. Calm down, one at a time. Basically, I've been monitoring Leva's neural cloud ever since it got damaged. She stopped talking to me ever since then. At first, I thought it was because she was busy with stuff. A week ago, I found that there was an abnormal surge in the amount of redundant data in Leva's neural cloud. Tried to ping her with an alert, but she completely ignored me. It was then that I realized that she had forgotten pretty much everything about UMP-40, and that she'd written off my previous alert as a glitch in the system. At first I thought it would be okay to wait a few more days. After all, the situation in Odessa took priority. Plus, Leva's neural cloud was working fine. I figured you and Colleen would make time to deal with it, and if all else failed, there was always me. But things soon spiraled out of control. UMP-40 gently touches her forehead, seemingly in regret over the previous events. All that redundant data slowly fused together into weird robots and began running wild in Leva's neural space. They were aggressive, too, and they were inflicting more and more disruption on her neural cloud. I didn't have clearing permissions, so all I could do was try my best to investigate the situation in her neural space and find a way to contact you guys. But then, a girl suddenly appeared in her neural space, and she commanded the machines to attack me. My data protection ability was limited, and they soon surrounded me. Well, at least until you showed up. Saying so, UMP-40 flashes Lena a bright smile. So I really owe you big time, Lena. I don't know how I'd have gotten away from those hunks of junk if you hadn't come to help. Eh? Huh? Lena freezes up, then pouts in mild embarrassment. You're welcome, I guess. Anyway, I was doing all this for Leva. It's just that Persica happened to mention you were nearby, so I thought of looking you up to understand the situation. Then I'll have to thank Persica too. So what else do you want to know about Leva's situation? Yeah. What's with that weird little girl? She ordered the robots to attack me too. Do you know anything about that, 40? I have no idea where that girl came from. However, her attack methods seemed very similar to those weird robots. Maybe she was spawned from the redundant data too? Still, that's just a guess on my part. We'll need Persica to verify the details. Have you contacted Persica yet, Lena? I did, but after fighting that pack of robots, communications with her were cut off. Like this. And that shows UMP-40 the empty transmission window on her communicator. I can't believe this is happening. Could this be caused by the disruption from the redundant data? Huh? Junk data can mess with comms too? Yep. The data is taking up Leva's computational space, which is limited, and they're also crowding out the transmission channels used for communication. Persica just happened to have cleared away some of it when you were first sent in. That was why your transmission back then managed to go through, but the redundant data is still growing. And now her computational space has been filled up by an excess of redundant data again. Take a shot every time you have... Every time I say redundant data. I see. In that case, we better hurry up and clear out the data. We need to get in touch with Persica as soon as possible. Lena reaches for UMP-40, but the latter shakes her head. No, I don't have clearing permissions right now. If you're the only one clearing it, you won't be able to match the rate at which the redundant data grows. So what should we do then? You need to start by eliminating the sources of the data. The sources? On seeing that somewhat confused expression on Lena's face, UMP-40 claps. A simple pen and paper sketch that looks suspiciously like a map appears in midair. UMP-40 points to several big bouncing red X's on the map and looks at Lena. Ta-da! This is what I found while scouting Leva's neural cloud. There are several abnormal data modules inside Leva's neural cloud. They're like well springs, they keep generating all that unwanted data. You might be able to stop the generation process if you get rid of them first. Also, I get the feeling Leva might be near these sources. Really? You can sense that too? I look suspiciously at the messily scribbled diagram that looks like some kind of Voynich manuscript knockoff. Why do you have the doubtful look on your face? It's really demoralizing. Just that the map looks really sketchy. I mean, this concerns the safety of Leva's neural cloud, so I obviously need to treat this matter seriously. We're Leva's only hope now. What if we go to the wrong place and delay her rescue? You won't go wrong. I've been in Leva's neural cloud for so long, so I know a thing or two about how it works. You know, like how sisters have a mental link. What? Are you saying sisters should have a mental link? And Leva and I... Hmm? Did you say something, Lena? No, it's nothing. Yeah, a mental link. Of course Leva and I have one of those, mental link things, yeah. Though I don't really feel anything right now. You're so cute, Lena. In any case, we don't have any other choice since we can't contact Persica right now. So just follow my suggestion, okay? Can't afford delays given Leva's situation. Lena hesitates for a moment as she thinks about Leva and how her whereabouts are unknown. She looks into UMP-40's sincere eyes and squeezes her communicator before finally nodding. Alright then. Now tell me where those data sources are. She did, Lena. It's on the map. Silly Lena. The darkness before her is fading away, and she hears a muffled voice speaking beside her. 40. Thanks to you and 45 for your hard work. I didn't expect something like this to happen during Operation. Oh, and thank you for your help, Colleen. Not for you, 45 and I would probably be ash by now. You're welcome. You two were essential during this mission. In any case, just get some rest. She hears the door close and the sound of footsteps fades away. This Colleen has left and her surroundings are quiet again. But who's the 40? And what's this operation? Her neural cloud is in chaos. Leva decides to stop thinking and pours her strength into opening her eyes. This is... Before she can finish speaking, an unfamiliar doll has already pounced on her, arms wrapped tightly around Leva. Thank goodness you're up, 45. I thought you'd never wake up. 45? Hearing that name confuses her even more. Leva gently pushes the unfamiliar doll away, and the latter releases her embrace before looking at Leva with a smile. Still, I'm relieved now that you're awake. We made it through the incident. This calls for a celebration. Leva looks doubtfully at the face before her, so similar to her own. What were you talking about just now? What was that? Incident? And who are you? Eh? Familiar yet alien doll leans in closer, as her eyes go wide. She reaches out to touch Leva's forehead and studies her intently. Were you out so long that it broke something in your head? It can't be, right? You fixed all your damage. A moment later, the doll suddenly smacks her head. Ah, could it be that the data was lost? I'm 40. UMP-40. P-40. The name seems to spark a bitter reaction in her neural cloud, but Leva can't recall anything. None of this makes sense. What exactly is going on? Leva decides to keep probing for more information. That operation you mentioned, and that incident just now. What happened back then? It was all super dangerous. We infiltrated the plant together, but then we ended up being attacked by SF forces. I was badly damaged and almost destroyed. I told you to run first, but you said something about I'll never let you go and dragged me out of there with all your strength. Fortunately, we ran into the Griffin support team. The commander saved us and brought us here for emergency repairs. My repairs finished first, but you were unconscious all this time because your neural cloud was damaged. Fortunately, you woke up. Otherwise, I don't know what I'd do. Yeah, that's not what happened. The pained expression on her face, the doll slowly raises her hand and gently strokes Leva's left eye. It is then that Leva realizes there's a scar there. Ah, this is from when you got hit by a stray bullet while you were withdrawing. Ruska said she couldn't fix it right now because she was out of the necessary parts. Did that hurt? I'm sorry. She looks at the apologetic look on the doll's face. It triggers a strange emotional signal on Leva's neural cloud again. Before she fully realizes what she's doing, she spreads her arms and hugs the MP40 tightly. It's alright, 45. I'm really okay this time. The MP40 gently pats Leva's shoulder. As she feels the MP40's consoling touch, the abnormal emotional signal on Leva's neural cloud slowly calms down. After releasing her grip on UMP-40, Leva looks around curiously. The clean room seems a little old, but strangely familiar to Leva. She tries searching for similar records in her neural cloud, as well as details about what UMP-40 just said. However, all she finds are vague and indistinct images. UMP-40 seems to sense Leva's silence and sidles up to her again, a concerned expression on her face. What are you looking at, 45? The view outside the window? The sun today is great, so I opened the curtains to let it in. Is it too glaring? I'll close the curtains if it is. Yeah. Leva nods slowly, but then she reaches out to stop the other doll from drawing the curtains. It's alright. This is fine. I'd like to feel the sun myself. This is okay? Alright, you're the boss, 45. 45. Hearing that name again fills 45 with confusion. Why are you calling me that, 40? I'm not wrong, my name is Leva now. I knew it. There was data loss after all. Leva was an alias you used during the operation. You don't need to use it anymore now that's over. Is that so? Sure is. If you're not used to it, I'll call you 45 a few more times. 45, 45, 45. Used to it yet? Yeah. Look, 45, it's a really sunny day today. I love the sun so much. The gray-haired doll stretches lazily as she soaks up the sunlight. For some reason, seeing the other doll relaxing in the golden rays is strangely soothing. It seems like she's felt this relaxed before. But when was that? Was it 10 years ago, or... Just as UMP-45 tries her best to recall the past, UMP-40 suddenly grabs her with a merry expression on her face, like she suddenly thought of something. Oh yes, Griffin's holding a party to celebrate our successful rescue. All the guests were issued pretty dresses. That means you too, 45. Dresses? The word interrupts UMP-45's hazy thoughts, and she looks hesitantly at UMP-40. The latter reaches out a finger and gently strokes the bridge of UMP-45's nose. A very pretty evening dress. I already had you measured for it. I'm sure it'll fit just fine. Thank you. You're welcome. Also, feel free to ask me anything you want. It looks like you've been hesitating this whole time, and I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, I just wanted to know, where are we right now? We're at Griffin, of course. This is the Griffin dorm, and apart from the repair pod, you've been here all this time, 45. What about Nanfa? Colleen. Why is Kalina here? Colleen? Are you talking about Kalina? I almost forgot. I haven't introduced you to her yet. And Colleen is the commander's adjutant. Ever since the rescue op, she's been taking care of various tasks in Griffin. She's super reliable. Still, what's this Namfa thing? I've never heard of it before. Is it a management department of Sangvisferi Manufacturing? No, it's not. I must have remembered wrongly. UMP-45 shakes her head and avoids the other doll's searching gaze. The latter merely ruffles UMP-45's hair and laughs in a consoling way. Don't worry, 45. Briscoe said that your neural cloud took a lot of damage, and some data segments might be unreadable, so I might feel a little confused right after waking up. But that's okay. It'll get better by itself after a while. Stop brooding about it on your own and come with me to the celebration party, okay? A lot of our friends will be there. Who knows? Maybe your neural cloud will go back to normal after you see them. And besides, if you go try on the dress now, you might be able to get it changed or altered if you don't like it. You can't do that if you're too late. The doll's smile is like a tranquilizer that makes UMP-45 smile too. She gets up and nods to her. Yeah. After hearing her reply, the other doll happily grabs UMP-45's hand. Just as the two of them are about to step outside, the room's door suddenly opens and another familiar figure rushes in. 45! Jessica said she managed to successfully rebuke you. Are you alright? Nine's here too. Before UMP-45 can reply, UMP-40 has already reached out to put an arm around UMP-9's shoulder. 45 and I were just going to try on our dresses. Why don't you join us, 9? Let's pick out something nice for 45 to wear. Dress. That doesn't suit me. Heck no. I'll make sure I choose the perfect dress for you, 45. Let's head over right... and cuts away too fast. Lena looks around as she follows UMP-40, but the more she sees, the more she feels something is wrong here. 40, don't you think that Leva's neural cloud looks really weird right now? Does it? Of course it is. Those fallen tables, chairs and umbrellas, the burst balloons, and these electric lights without power. None of them look like they belong in Leva's neural cloud, don't you think? Now that you mention it, that does seem a little weird. UMP-40 comes to a halt and closely studies the colorful facilities amidst the ruins. The neural space's interior looked normal before I was attacked. Just because of the redundant data's influence? It's probably more than that simple influence. Now that I look at them, it looks like this place was deliberately modified to look like an amusement park. See, look at that pointy tent over there that's full of holes. It's a carousel, isn't it? I don't think Leva would ride a carousel on her neural cloud for no reason, especially when the carousel has such creepy horses. Lena reaches out and gestures to a pointy tent in the distance, and P40 looks where she is pointing. Although the conical tent is in tatters and the carousel horses are eaten through with rot, it's definitely a carousel. Countless data fragments float in the dark sky above the tent, slowly spinning in midair like a windstorm. It definitely doesn't look like something Leva would like. Perhaps that girl altered the neural space? After all, human kids like amusement parks. That said, this carousel looks really weird too. Why are there so many robots around it? Huh? MP40 focuses on the windstorm, brings up her diagram, and then suddenly grabs Lena's hand in surprise. Lena, come with me. The carousel is the first data source we're looking for. Once we get rid of it, we can stop the redundant data in the sector from growing. UMP-40 drags Lena over to the carousel, but almost immediately she hears a loud crash in the distance. The light strip encircling the carousel turns on, barely managing to light up the surroundings. And so Lena and UMP-40 get a clear view of the slowly moving robot horde around the carousel. In addition, they see a little girl pull the switch on the carousel, trying to command the robots to play with her. Hehe, spinny horsey, I like it. Everyone, come play with me. The girl mounts one of the carousel's horses and happily flails her arms. However, the dilapidated horse does not move, and the surrounding robots can only approach her fruitlessly, jostling each other. After waiting stiffly for a while on one of the horses, the girl hangs her head in dejection. Horsey broke. Nobody wants to play with me either. Huh? Suddenly, the girl looks up and scans her surroundings, as though she's noticed something. New friend? What? Did she spot us? Before UMP-40 can reply, the girl's already jumped down from her horse and studies the visitors in the distance with wide eyes. New friends, play with me. The girl excitedly runs toward the two of them. Behind her, the countless robots surrounding the carousel pour toward the dolls as though a floodgate had been opened. I guess kids really do like amusement parks after all. Lena, I'll let you clear away all this surplus data. Leave it to me. Feels like it's been forever since the last night I fought beside you, Lena. Yep, let's get rid of the source of this data together. If you're having a hard time, just leave it to me. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Hmm. You need to get around to leveling her up. It doesn't take long for Lena to clear out the robots surrounding the carousel. After seeing that the guardian robots are gone, the little girl nervously hides behind a carousel horse and shakes her fist at UMP-40 and Lena. Ah, you chased everyone away. You're bad. I hate you. I'm not playing with you. Lena, quick. We need to catch her. UMP-40 frantically beckons Lena over, but before Lena can approach, the girl has already darted away, racing off like a frightened rabbit. Ah, she's gone. How did she run that fast? Never mind. We'll get a chance to catch her eventually. The most important thing right now is to get rid of the after effects of the data source. Look over there, Lena. UMP-40 happily pats Lena on the shoulder. Lena looks around and her eyes go wide with surprise. As the robots vanish, the darkened sky turns a clear blue, and the data fragments floating in the air vanish like melting snowflakes. The previously ruined carousel is restored to pristine condition. Strings of colorful lights adorn its canopy and pillars, sparkling brightly around the multicolored carousel horses. Wow, I guess it would be okay for Leba to play around with a carousel like this on our break. It looks like a really nice carousel. Want to give it a try, Lena? MP40 approaches the carousel and studies the control panel with curiosity. Then she pulls down hard on the activation lever. Huh? Wait, 40, be careful. Before Lena can finish, the carousel starts moving, slowly. A warm and cheerful melody fills the air in tune with the whirling of the carousel horses and the sparkling of the lights. Amidst the music and the lights, a segment of neural records slowly comes into view before Lena's eyes. A gray-haired doll standing by the firing range, her head hung low in dejection. Another gray-haired doll walks over and waves merrily to her. Hi there, newbie. Commander. Greetings. Cut out the formality. Come sit down. Do I look like a commander? Never got that before. Now tell me, you're also a T-doll? Is it weird? Maybe I'm too expressive. That's pretty much the only good thing about me. Anyway, I'm a new recruit just like you. Guess we'll have to take care of each other. Sure. And thank you. No biggie. We're companions, so we have to cheer each other up. The cheerful doll smiles as she sits down on the bench beside the range, graciously consoling the doll who's feeling down because of her poor shooting scores. Your posture, reflexes, and accuracy all show that you don't have any advanced fire control system installed. That's why you must not force something that you physically can't do. Don't take it too seriously. There must be a job where we can make use of your strengths here. Sorry, but haven't you figured it out yet? I'm just as useless as you. Here, check out our imprinted weapons. Our clouds may have been wiped, but we're the products of the same hapless factory. Really? Then you also... That's right. I too have a bunch of weird electronic warfare modules installed for whatever reason, so I can't hold the gun properly either. What a coincidence that I ran into you while I was just strolling around. I'm UMP-40, your elder sister by name and by fate, so I'll be sure to have your back. As the music and the lights fade, so does the scene that Lena is watching. The firing range filled with merry laughter is now empty. The lights die, and the carousel horses slowly grind to a halt. The dolls fade away like waking dreams, leaving only a single bullet lying quietly on the ground. Before Lena realizes what she's doing, she's already bent down to pick it up. What I saw just now, was that Leva? Was that 45 and the real UMP-40? Yep, that's what happened the first time they met. Leva looked totally different from how she is now. I've never seen her like that before. She was like a totally clueless rookie, just like how I was when she first met me. No, she was even more timid than me. What happened to Leva to make her like she is now? She was already different by the time she met me. Was that because of 40 too? Confused, Lena turns to look at the UMP-40 beside her. As a simulated persona patterned after the real UMP-40, her face and expression are almost the same as the UMP-40s from the neural records. And Leva changed because of 40's encouragement? Kind of. In that case, did Leva become what she is now because UMP-40 disappeared? The simulated UMP-40 persona does not reply, but her silences answer enough. The reason why UMP-40 is so important to Leva is because of that past, which is forever beyond her reach. I knew it. No wonder I can't compare to 40. After all, it was 40 who supported Leva when she needed it most. Lena unconsciously hangs her head, but a cheerful voice cuts through her dejected thoughts. Right. Enough playing back those records. You look more depressed than 45 did back then, Lena. But MP40 cheerfully taps Lena's shoulder and then points to the bullet in Lena's hand. I actually have some good news about Leva. Want to hear it? Huh? Eh? Do you still remember how Leva forgot about 40? Thing is, we both saw those records just now. It proves the neural records about Operation Butterfly and UMP-40 aren't actually lost. Those records were lost among the redundant data after they were damaged. That's the reason why Leva forgot it. Therefore, if we cleared the data quickly, Leva might be able to get those memories back quickly too. Really? I think so. In that case, Leva will... Lena, can you hear me? The sudden call interrupts their conversation. Lena looks down and sees that the long silent communicator is finally blinking with an incoming transmission. Persica! Oh, thank goodness, so the signal's finally back. Lena, have you found 40? How are things on your end? Lena quickly describes the current situation to Persica. I can't believe something like that happened. And there was a weird little girl, too. Now that's interesting. Ah, yes. Let me examine that bullet you found. Analysis complete. I've figured it out. This bullet contains the neural records from the first time Leva met 40. In that case, the situation is exactly like what I guessed. Earlier, when that mysterious doll attacked Leva in the Gerard server room, she didn't directly destroy the information about the butterfly incident in 40. Rather, she just destroyed the resource headers which pointed to that information. Therefore, Leva technically hasn't forgotten 40, because all the forgotten files are still in the mess that is Leva's neural cloud. If you keep clearing the junk data away and fixing the loopholes in Leva's neural cloud, you'll be able to find these fragmented neural clouds and put them neural records and put them back together again. See, Lena? Turns out it was like that all along. Huh? Lena, what are you... Beside her, Lena is grabbing her head in frustration. I just saw a part of Leva's past that she didn't want to discuss with me. Does that count as violating her privacy? What if Leva finds out? What if she gets mad? Come on. You're her beloved little sister. There's no way she'd be that petty. Really? Leva never told me about 40 before. Is it really okay for me to keep watching those records? Linda looks a little uneasy as she scratches her head. Right now, resolving the malfunction in Leva's neural cloud takes priority. You might not want to do it, but you've got no choice. Don't worry, Lena. If Leva does get mad, I'll speak up for you, so don't worry. MB40 pats Lena's shoulder in a consoling manner. Yeah. Thank you, 40. I know what you're getting at. Well, I've always wanted to hear Leva tell me about this in her own words. Her safety is the most important thing right now. I'll do my best to clear the data no matter what stands in my way. Lena nods and she clenches her fist tightly as though to reaffirm her resolve. So, what should we do next, Priska? Keep searching for the data sources with 40. It's the most efficient solution we have. I've already compiled the statuses of the data sources I can detect into a new map that I'm sending to you now. You can consult it for your future movements. That's great. This map is way more accurate than my hunches. Well done, Priska. Let's head out right now. Calm down. You should take this too. The sound of keys clicking is audible over the transmission's audio feed. When the clicking stops, a small object falls from the sky and hits Lena squarely in the forehead. Ow! Hey, what's this? Curious, Lena studies the strange object in her hand. It's a small device that looks a lot like an emitter of some kind. Not only is it a lurid color, but there are two incredibly distinctive buttons on it. Lena presses the first button, but nothing seems to happen. The heck? Is it broken? The tracking program isn't active yet, so the button isn't functional. Try the other one. Lena presses the other button. Ping! There is a bitter scent, and then a brown beam extends from the emitter's front port. It smells like... Is that coffee? Ugh, it even feels like coffee. Doesn't having a coffee go perfectly with visiting an amusement park? What? The signal emitter is a tracking program I custom wrote just now. Of course it has coffee. Tracking program? Yep. And you mentioned encountering a weird girl earlier? And the next time you see her, tag her with the emitter. This tracking program will automatically attach itself to her data and analyze it. Once the analysis is complete, we'll know what created her. Hit the other button and you'll be able to track her location. That's pretty useful, but it's still pretty twisted. Anyway, if there's anything else, 40 and I will be heading out. Leva's still waiting for us. Actually, there's one more thing. 40, do you feel like you're being affected by the redundant data? Huh? Me? All that useless data takes up Leva's computational space, which affected comms between Lena and me. Since you were always resident in our neural space, you're kind of... Excuse me. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Persica. I'm running just fine. I'm not feeling any interference at all. Oh. Well, in that case, just focus on clearing the data first. Once the amount of redundant data reaches a certain level, new data will overwrite the old. Lena, you need to keep that from happening. Otherwise, you'll never be able to recover Leva's neural records. Got it. Lena nods earnestly to Persica, and then she turns to look into the distance of the neural space. I'll make sure I keep Leva safe. I won't let that happen to her. Okay. Unfortunately, I do need to do these because, at least the prior event, these had some cutscene stuff in them. I have a feeling these won't, though, because it's just a smaller event. But just in case. Though, you guys didn't really miss anything in the last stream. It was just kind of some side perspective stuff from some of the other characters. Still annoying though, because for the longest time these side battles did not have any like actual cutscene stuff in them. As night falls, UMP-40 and UMP-9, both dressed in evening gowns, escort UMP-45 to the ballroom. Oh, maybe this purple dress would be perfect on you, 45. It's just that you look great in anything, 45. Yep. UMP-45 smiles faintly after hearing the two of them praise her. Smooth purple silk feels very familiar, and it makes the UMP-45 feel nostalgic, but also a little suspicious. Has she ever worn a dress like this one before? However, each time she tries to remember the past, her neural cloud grows indistinct, like misted glass, especially when she tries to recall details about that operation. Are you spacing out, 45? Shouldn't we be heading in? Hang on. I have a very distinct feeling that this event is going to get really feels later. Because I kind of, generally know what actually happened. UMP-45 grabs UMP-40 as the latter is about to enter the party venue. 40, can you give me a couple of minutes? I have some things I want to ask you about that mission. What do you want to know, 45? From what I remember of that operation, only you and I took part, 40. I was the commander there, in my neural cloud. Now why are the two of you standing at the doorway like scarecrows? Is someone's neural cloud so badly damaged that they're too scared to step through a door? Before UMP-45 could finish, a cold voice interrupts her question. UMP-45 turns and sees the owner of the voice. It is a long-haired doll with a cold demeanor who's sizing her up with an icy look in her eyes. Beside the doll is a white-haired doll who's also wearing a dress. Her eyes are closed in almost slumber, and she's wobbling on her feet, as though she's going to keel over and curl up on the floor at any moment. Well, it's better to have gotten neural cloud damage than not be allowed to take part in the op at all. Isn't that right? Redacted. This is strange. This doll's face is very familiar, but UMP-45 cannot recall her name. Just as UMP-45 frowns while thinking, the closed door at the venue hall suddenly opens and Kalina steps out. Oh, 404 is here too. Kalina greets the white-haired doll in a familiar way and smiles at the three UMPs. I haven't introduced them to you yet, 40. These two are elite dolls from Squad 404, 416, and GRG-11. Squad 404 provides covert support for operations, and they took part in this operation. It was thanks to their help that UN-45 were saved. Also, after the operation ended, Squad 404 officially accepted employment from Griffin, and they've joined us. It's very likely that they'll form a new team with UN-45 for future ops. I invited them here today to take the opportunity to inform everyone about the news. After Kalina finishes her introduction, 416 looks at UMP-45 and raises her chin arrogantly. Do you understand now? It's not like 404 are trash who don't deserve to set foot on the battlefield. Still, you don't need to thank us for helping. After all, protecting weak teammates is part of an elite doll's duties. Is that what really happened? UMP-45 eyes Kalina and 416 suspiciously. For some reason, the way they were talking just now filled UMP-45's heart with a strange sense of wrongness. However, UMP-40 doesn't seem affected at all and instead smiles brightly at them. So that's how it is. Then I need to thank 416 and George 11. If not for you, 45 and I would really have been done for. Since we're all going to form a new team together, I'll just wish us all the best in becoming the most cohesive and well-coordinated team. I don't need to wish for it. It's a foregone conclusion. Faced with the UMP-40's dazzling smile, the white-haired doll pulls away in a somewhat unnatural way. After that, she grabs the other doll who's already snoring loudly on the ground and strides into the venue hall. Before she leaves, the white-haired doll turns back one last time and fixes UMP-45 with a cold stare. Just a reminder, since you have neural cloud damage, you should take some time to get your frame in order instead of rushing back to the battlefield. 404 isn't going to come save you again if you end up dragging your teammates down. With that, the white-haired doll drags George 11 away. UMP-40 lightly slaps UMP-45's shoulder, as though she guessed the latter's thoughts. 416 might have an acid tongue, but this is her way of showing concern. Is that so? You know her from before, 40? No. This is also my... Well, I just heard about her from 9. Isn't that right? UMP-9 smiles and hugs UMP-45 before nuzzling her. Yep, 416 has always been awkward. Don't take what she said to heart, 45. Alright, 45, 9, it's time we went in. That's enough standing around like dorks for now. Yep, I'm sure there's lots of delicious grub in there. I can smell it already. UMP-40 and the UMP-9 each grab UMP-45's arms and push her into the venue hall. Inside the lively venue hall, UMP-45 sits down on one side of a spacious sofa, enjoying delicious food with the dolls around her. There's already a huge pile of food on the table before her, but UMP-9 is still running excitedly back and forth across the hall, setting down new dishes in front of UMP-45. Wow, this is good too. Try some, 45. Yup, and this drink is really yummy. Have a glass, 45. Everyone was really worried when we heard you got hurt during the mission. How do you feel now, 45? Are you alright? Well, don't force yourself if you're not feeling well. Thank you, everyone. Dolls are milling back and forth inside the venue hall. From time to time, people approach UMP-45 to greet or speak to her. Someone has started a board game in the center of the hall. That draws the attention of many people, including UMP-9, who runs over excitedly. As she watches the bustling hall, UMP-45 is slowly infected by the lively mood in the air. She leans against the sofa and slowly relaxes her body, allowing herself to sink into its softness. Maybe this isn't so bad? While her neural cloud is a little confused, and some of the data doesn't conform exactly to what she knows, everyone is very nice, and she has UMP-9 and UMP-40 to keep her company. As the thought crosses her mind, UMP-45 looks to her side. Sensing UMP-45's gaze, UMP-40 raises her glass of fruit juice and flashes her a winning smile. After that, UMP-40 suddenly waves in front of her. Lena, who's wearing a suit, approaches and sits down beside the two of them. She raises a hand and gently ruffles UMP-45's hair. How do you feel, 45? Not too noisy for you, is it? Your neural cloud was only fixed just recently, after all. Lena's smile reassures UMP-45. However, as she looks at Kalina's professional-looking suit, a strange feeling rises inside UMP-45's neural cloud again. Is Kalina supposed to look like this right now? But if not, then how should she look? UMP-45 feels like she ought to know, but she can't find the right records in her neural cloud. In the end, UMP-45 decides to set those unexplainable doubts aside for now. Thank you for asking, Colleen. This place is quite lively and it's very relaxing. Perfect for a patient like me. Also, I need to thank Griffin and 404 for supporting us during this operation. You don't need to thank Griffin or me. 40 is the real hero here. Aina looks at UMP-40 across UMP-45 and smiles. 40 hadn't managed to shake off the control of the virus and kept it from spreading. The Griffin dolls would have been in greater danger. He probably wouldn't have made it out safely. The virus? What's that? Redacted. Aline, what did you just say? Lena's voice seems to fade into indistinct static, and UMP-40 can't make out what she's saying. She unconsciously grabs Kalina's arm, but before she can ask further, Kalina has already changed the topic. Speaking of which, 40 and 45, I've got some good news for you. Oh? What other surprises do you have hidden up your sleeve, Colleen? We all think that coming back safely from that operation was an incredible feat. Therefore, in order to celebrate your safe return, and as a reward for 40's contributions to Griffin, the commander has decided to give you both a special reward, a month-long super vacation. Super vacation? That's a month long? Wow. UMP-40 hugs UMP-45 and begins jumping around in excitement. Hey, does that mean 45 and I can go on a holiday? Whoa, what? Someone say holiday? UMP-9, who is playing a board game off to the side, hears the commotion and excitedly squeezes over. Are you going on a holiday with 45, 40? Can I come too? UMP-9 looks eagerly at Kalina, but Kalina merely smiles and ruffles her hair. I'm sorry, but I have other work for you, 9. Aww. Alright then. If you're going on holiday with 40, then make sure you take lots of pictures and share them with me when you get back, 45. Huh, don't you worry, 9. We'll take extra for you too. Won't we, 45? Yeah, we will. So have you decided where you'll be going for your holiday, 40? You even have to ask? We'll be going to the sea, of course. The sea? On hearing that word, UMP-45 somehow freezes on her face. Perhaps a long, long time ago. What's wrong, 45? I remember that a long time ago, someone once told me about the sea. That person said... that was me. Annoyed, UMP-40 thwaps UMP-45 on the shoulder. I told you that after we finished a training session a while back. I said I wanted to go on a holiday to the seaside and soak up the sun. Did you forget, 45? Did you? I can't find those records in my neural cloud. Well, I guess it can't be helped since your neural cloud was damaged. Maybe that memory was among the damaged bits. That's right. Tell me about your vacation plans, too. I can't possibly be the only one who had the idea of going to the seaside, right? Holidays don't come by often, after all. What about you, 45? What do you want to do during your time off? Yeah, a month is a long time. What do you have in mind, 45? Me? Confronted by UMP-40s and Kalina's smiles, UMP-45 can't help but think. If it were me... The party's still going strong in the venue hall. UMP-45 is discussing her vacation plan with the other two people in front of her. However, the lights overhead grow brighter and brighter while the music playing over the hall's audio systems grow louder and louder, turning into a melody that's familiar to UMP-45. The lights are so bright now that they've almost washed out UMP-40's and Kalina's faces. In this blinding field of white, she sees that indistinct figure once again. 45, it's time for target practice. Yep. The indistinct figure radiates the soothing scent of sunlight, and UMP-45 nods and reaches out to it. Eh? 45. What's wrong? The light and music suddenly fade away, and the indistinct figure vanishes. UMP-45 finds herself holding on tightly to UMP-40's hand. 45, are you alright? You want to go back to Persica's for a checkup? No, there's no need for that. I'm fine. I just thought of something I wanted to tell you all of a sudden. UMP-45 lets go and lightly shakes her head. You and 40 are so close. Of course we are. 45 is my sister, after all. We're each other's most important person, right? UMP-40 laughs cheekily as she pats UMP-45's head, and then leans on her shoulder. Record load error. Please reload. Record load error. Please reload. Please reload. The neural cloud seems to be generating a continuous, uninterruptible string of errors. However, UMP-40's and cleanest smiles in front of her are as warm as they ever were, to the point where it feels like the good times will last forever if she returns them with a smile of her own. UMP-45 ignores the errors in her neural cloud and smiles, leaning back onto UMP-40's shoulder. Yeah. 40 and I, we're the best sisters ever. And then his attack causes several of those creepy robots formed from redundant data to vanish into the fog that fills the amusement park. Segment after segment of indistinct neural records flicker into existence in front of Lena's eyes and then vanish. After barely dodging the ordnance exploding around her, UMP-45 immediately spins around and launches an elbow strike, dropping the approaching enemy to the ground. Meanwhile, the assault on her neural cloud is still going on. UMP-45 is forced to weave through the ruins, looking for a safe corner where she can bring her computational power to bear. These enemies seem pretty tough. Need a hand? One body isn't enough for two neural clouds, is it? You can skip the thoughts and prayers. Hey, I'm just trying to cheer you up. In any case, let me know if you don't have enough processing power, okay? Yeah, thanks. Under the somewhat dim light, Leva looks down at the brand new name card in her hand. Leva. Affiliation, Non-Military Forces Administration. You've got a new name and a new identity. How does it feel to say goodbye to 404? Like a weight's been lifted from my shoulders. I finally managed to dump that huge burden onto her. You don't need to keep it from me, you know. I know exactly what you're thinking. Relax, it's just a change of leadership. I know how much 404 means to you. I'm sure she and Lena will understand. Yeah. Leaving 404 to her, that was the right choice. She's gone. Lena reflexively reaches out to touch Lena and the fragment. It completely vanishes before she can make contact. Disappointed, she lowers her hand and turns to look at UMP-40. Are these really things that happened to you and Leva in the past, inside her neural cloud? Every single one. The first scene must have taken place in a battle. I can't believe Leva could chat so casually with you in such a tense situation. Leva was actually really nervous back then, but the talking helped her calm down. It was the same when she was leading 404. She was really concerned about everyone in 404, but she had to take a step back for the sake of her ultimate goal. It was the right choice to make, but not an easy one, so I should try to show my support at least. When she listens to UMP-40 state all of this in a matter-of-fact way, Lena's head droops in dejection. I'm a horrible person. Well, I'm Leva's sister in name. The truth is that she's the one who's always taken care of me. But when Leva truly needed my support, I didn't notice at all. I couldn't help her. Say that? Leva was always happy and relaxed when she was around you. Was she? But I want to become someone Leva can rely on. Well, you do know that there are some things only you can do, right? For example, you can always help her with communications and support. Also, you can provide help when Leva's in an emergency situation, like what you're doing now. She does rely on you quite a bit, you know. Huh? Really? Leva relies on me. Lena's head suddenly snaps up. EMP-40 chuckles as she sees the expectant look in Lena's eyes. Of course she does. And it's not just right now, either. She's been doing that for a long time. Remember when your neural cloud core got damaged? Oh man, she went totally ballistic. She might not have said it out loud, but she most definitely cares about you. Ava. As she thinks back on past events, Lena gently balls up her fists and nods vigorously. Yeah, you're right, 40. Since Ava has so much faith in me, I can't let her down. I need to do my best. Let's keep going. Our next destination is... Let me check the map. The map, which ought to be displaying the location of the data sources, is currently shrouded in thick fog, reduced to grainy static. The map, it's not showing anything? Is it a data error? Can I take a look? MB40 takes the map from her, but despite flipping, spinning, and otherwise manipulating it, nothing happens. Upon seeing this, Lena opens a comm channel to Persico. This is weird. I'll just ask Persica directly. Hey Persica, are you seeing this? However, the only thing she hears over the channel is a busy tone. The communications panel on the screen does not respond no matter what Lena does. Why would this be happening? Are comms down too? Is it redundant data jamming up computational space again? Why now, of all times? Looks like redundant data is accumulating faster than expected. Fortunately, I can roughly sense the location of the data sources. It isn't as accurate as what Persica can do, but it's still usable. I guess that's our only choice. Still, we need to hurry to make up for the time lost by not having enough information. Shh. MP40 suddenly makes a shushing gesture. Something's approaching us. As the noise approaches, countless creepy robots step out of the fog and loom into view. I can't believe there's so many of them. That doesn't matter. I was going to wipe you all out anyway. Yep, I helped too. Oh wait, the Goliath is with me? Okay, that's interesting. Lena weaves nimbly through the robot encirclement as she fights. Well, less talking and more doing, 40. The number of robots here is increasing. Sorry about that, but I don't have clearing permissions, do I? I'm trying to draw the enemies away from you. MP40 points at several small shapes among the robot horde from where she's hiding behind a piece of cover. The Goliaths are moving among the robots and distracting them under MP40's commands. They might not be able to do much damage, but they're messing this battle situation up at least. Over here, over here. 40, are you sure they're doing any good? All those robots are still chasing me. Lena points behind herself, where one of the Goliath's UMP-40 sent out briefly draws the robot's attention, but they soon change targets back to Lena. Eh? Why are they doing that? Lena looks over at UMP-40, who has only just realized what is going on, and shrugs helplessly. Looks like it's up to me after all. I've got an idea. 40, work with me here. Having just shaken off her pursuers, Lena suddenly turns around and plunges back into the robot's swarm. The robots pivot to follow Lena's movements. Meanwhile, she nimbly leaps on top of a Goliath that UMP-40 is steering. The robots gather around the Goliath, but just as she's about to be fully surrounded, Lena jumps into the air again and yells, 40, blow it! Following the loud explosion, the robots attempting to surround her are blown to bits. Lena raises her gun and engages the remaining ones, cutting them all down in a hail of gunfire. Despite quickly eliminating the robots, Lena doesn't stop. Instead, she sprints toward another Goliath. 40, over here. Got it. And thanks to Lena and UMP-40's coordinated efforts, the creepy robots surrounding them are soon wiped out. As she watches the countless fragments disappear, UMP-40 skips over excitedly. Well done, Lena. That was truly a brilliant plan. That was just a flash of inspiration. Leva's the amazing one. But you were amazing too. Saying so, UMP-40 smiles and raises her fist, waggling it at Lena. What's this for? Oh, we ought to celebrate our first joint victory with a fist bump. Huh? Very similar scene overlays itself on what she's seeing. A long time ago, beside a firing range, it seems a pair of dolls encouraged each other in a similar manner. Lena takes in UMP-40's sunny smile and extends her own hand, bumping it against UMP-40's. Here's the jolly cooperation. Jolly cooperation. Praise the sun. Yup, nice working with you. She can feel a warm sensation through her touched knuckles. As Lena withdraws her hand, she can't help but smile. Didn't Leva do this with you in the past? I feel like I've gotten a little closer to Leva now. Sure did. That's how we cheered each other on. Well, yeah, now that you mention it, it feels like Leva's here right now. For some reason, I feel totally full of energy. MP40 happily squeezes her fists and looks around. Suddenly, she claps her hands in surprise. Hey, it seems the fog has cleared up by quite a bit. Lena, let's go. Yep. Lena nods, but just as she's about to follow MP40, something comes to mind. Oh, right. Didn't you think something was weird just now, 40? What do you mean? You were doing your best to distract the enemy during the battle just now, but the robots were all focused on me, as though they knew I was the real fighter. Are those data monsters really that discerning? Now that you mention it, that does seem pretty strange. Let me think. Ah, I've got it. Maybe it's because I'm part of Leva's neural cloud data too. Maybe these machines regard me as an ally. After all, I am basically a huge source of redundant data. Still, that's just a guess on my part, since we can't confirm it with Persica. However, we can try observing their movements of the robots in upcoming battles, and if it really is the case, we can put that plan of yours to good use. Yep, that's right. I'll pay more attention to that going forward. Oh, one more thing. UB40 grabs Lena with a somewhat apologetic look on her face. I couldn't help much in the battle just now because I didn't have clearing permissions. After all, Leva used to clear that data by herself, and I never asked for it, because I was afraid of deleting data she wanted to keep. But things are different now. At this rate, it'll just end up affecting the recovery of Leva's neural cloud. So please request temporary permissions for me once you can contact Persica again. That way I'll be able to help you in battle. Sounds like a plan. Still, that's only if Persica gives the all clear. It would be really bad if we deleted Leva's data by accident. Of course. And besides, I'll be relying on you until I'm allocated those permissions. I'll help cover you, though. Yep, leave it to me. I have a distinctive feeling. Yeah, these side missions are also good for me to take a breather, too. Hawking so much. Not like some of y'all, I can't just yap for hours straight. My throat/vocal cords do not allow it. Is this the second data source? MP40 stops by a set of ruins. Lena stops as well and surveys her surroundings. The creepy fog is still in the air, along with the data fragments. A twisted towering steel frame is faintly visible through the drifting fog. Is that a Ferris wheel? Why is it so chilly? Maybe we should call it a Scaris wheel instead? Nice. Dad jokes now. I mean, the queue is filled with those weird robots. Hey, look, that girl's there too. MP40 points to the center of the robot horde. A petite black form is sitting in a half-open gondola, idly kicking her legs and singing quietly. La-da, la-la-la. Her ethereal voice drifts in the wind. The countless robots surrounding her contort their body in time with her song, as though they were dancing to the melody. However, the stiff contortions of these steel beasts don't add an air of warmth to the scene. Instead, they just make the entire scene that much more bizarre. Ew, that's just gross. It looks like those data monsters are actually obeying her. Yeah, that's totally not suspicious at all. Where did she come from, anyway? Why don't we go figure that out right now? You've got that whatchamacallit, that emitter that Prisca gave you, right? Yep. Then it takes out the emitter and hands it to UMP-40. Huh? You're giving it to me? The robots we met along the way didn't attack you, right? That means you've got a better chance of getting through to them and getting to the girl. I'll help you draw off the robots while you go in. Ah, I see. It's really smart, Lena. MP40 accepts the emitter, and the two of them carefully circle around the ruins as they move toward the girl. Lena suddenly comes to a halt when they're about 10 meters away from the outer edge of the robot crowd. Ready? 3, 2, 1... And with that, Lena opens fire as she rushes towards the gathered robots. Hi, over here, you rust buckets. Drawn by the gunfire, the robots promptly surge toward Lena. With the robot's ranks greatly thinned by Lena's distraction, UMP-40 takes the opportunity to dash toward the girl. However, the girl seems to have detected her beforehand. She ignores Lena's attack and runs straight toward UMP-40, and then he throws herself at UMP-40. Yay! Ah! UMP-40 frantically stumbles back. Then she sees the girl tilt her head in confusion. She points to herself, and then at UMP-40. Family, we play, okay? Huh? Eh? UMP-40 goes stiff. When she notices UMP-40's confusion, the girl raises her hand and points at Lena. That one. She's bad. Let's beat her up together. Huh? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Come with me. Play with me. Beat her up with me. With me. The girl walks toward UMP-40, her long hair dragging on the ground. As she looks into those golden eyes, UMP-40 stumbles back in a panic, as though she's forgotten the entire reason she came here in the first place. Lena, who's distracting the robot, soon senses something is wrong. 40. She's not moving? Something happened to her? MP40 isn't moving, even as more and more robots gather behind her. Then I can't avoid turning around, which draws the robots toward the girl, and then she shouts at MP40. Hey! Hey! 40, you alright? Push the button, quickly! Startled by the distant voice, MP40 vigorously shakes her head and then takes a step back before raising the emitter and pushing the button. The dark brown beam soaks into the girl's dress, forming a flower-shaped pattern. As the brown color spreads, several rays of light shine, turning the girl's body vaguely translucent. Ah! The girl stumbles back in panic. Then her head jerks up, her eyes are wide as she glares at MP40, her hands flailing angrily. Oh, you're with her. You're bad too. I won't play with you anymore. Beating time. Wait, I'm not. The girl doesn't wait for MP40 to reply and stomps the ground in frustration. In response, the ground begins to shake violently. 40, what's going on? I don't know either. MP40 and Lena look around nervously. A huge shadow is moving within the swirling clouds of dust that are everywhere. Something big is headed our way. Look out. Something big this way comes. Day reset. After a long battle, Lena is ultimately unable to stop the huge robot from closing in. As Lena runs away from it, she twists back to open fire. However, even the hail of lead she lays down doesn't slow it in the least. Damn it. So how am I supposed to scrap this big hunk of junk? Where's its core? Is it in the chest, or... Let's cover here. This way. MP40 calls Lena over as she struggles to find a usable passage amidst the ruins. As Lena runs, she turns back to look at the huge robot every so often. Maybe it's on the top of its head? Lena rapidly scales a pile of rubble that happens to be in front of her. Leveraging its height, she launches herself at the towering machine. Alright, got it. There it is. While holding onto the robot's flailing arms, Lena flips through the air and then lands neatly on its massive shoulder. Right after that, a hail of bullets rains down on the machine's core. However, they only leave a few small dents on its thick outer casing. The huge robot instead seems angered by Lena's attack and begins shaking itself violently. As the robot twists itself back and forth, Lena is almost sent flying. She's forced to hang on for dear life to a protrusion on the robot's shoulder. Here it comes again. Look out, Lena. The robot begins twisting around again and bringing its massive steel arm down on Lena's location. Unable to escape in time, Lena is forced to try and slip between the joints of its shoulder to avoid being squished. Lena! Hang in there. I'll try and think of something. MP40 looks around frantically. Several Goliaths are moving between the rubble, trying their best to hold off the attacking robots. Right, I'll go with that. Come on, boys, this way. UMP-40 snaps her fingers and rushes toward the giant robot's feet. It raises a foot to try and stomp on her, but UMP-40 deftly evades and rushes toward its other leg. The Goliaths follow UMP-40 and rush the giant robot as one, completely surrounding it. And now, 3, 2, 1, bang! Several explosions erupt at once. The giant robot shakes violently as countless parts begin falling from its body. Lena takes advantage of this brief respite to jump down from its shoulder and disappear into the nearby rubble. Without a target to attack, the giant robot turns around in confusion. A moment later, it leisurely strolls off into the fog. Whew. Are we safe? After seeing the giant robot leave, Lena gets up and looks for UMP-40. When the Goliath went off just now, she clearly saw UMP-40 being blown away into the distance by the explosion's shockwave. Sure enough, she soon finds UMP-40 face down in front of a pile of rubble. UMP-40. And then rushes over to help UMP-40 up, brushing away the dust covering her body. Are you okay? With Lena's help, UMP-40 slowly gets back up. I'm fine. You mean fine? Just look at you. The shrapnel's cut you up. You're hurt everywhere. UMP-40 can't help but reach out to pat Lena in a soothing way. I'm fine. All these are just simulated reflections of data damage. It's okay. It'll all heal up in a bit. But that's way too risky. What if you get damaged in a way that doesn't heal up? Ava would be sad if anything happened to you. She'd be so hurt. UMP-40 raises her hand and flicks Lena on the forehead. Ava would be sad if you got hurt too. And besides, you're one to talk, seeing how you just tried to jump right onto the head of that big lug without any regard for your own safety. It was an emergency, and I wanted to take it out quickly to save Leva. And he rubs her forehead. The head of steam she was building up suddenly gone. I guess we both got too anxious. UMP-40 laughs and struggles to her feet, pulling Lena up with her. Actually, I wasn't trying to put myself in danger. Things ended up like that because I was startled by that little girl. I was the one who made trouble for you. That's okay. Nobody could have expected her to summon such a huge pet. She reacted so quickly, too. No wonder Leva has so much faith in you. Having you around is really reassuring. UMP-40 smiles and ruffles Lena's hair. That said, we need to promise each other that we won't pull such risky stunts again in the future, okay? Yeah. Lena rubs her nose in embarrassment. That big ruckus we made just now seems to have cleared the fog up quite a bit. Want to see if you can contact Persica? Oh, yeah, you're right. Lena quickly tries to open another transmission channel. This time, the long silent connection finally goes through. The connection broke again just now. Did anything happen? Looks like it did. Did you find a new data source? Yep, we did. We managed to attach the tracker program to the girl, too. Oh, that's good. I can start my analysis now. It'll take a while to analyze the data, so keep clearing it for now. Did you get any new neural records after clearing out that most recent batch of redundant data? Huh? Oh, right. I cleared out all those robots, but I was completely unable to find Leva's neural records. Does that mean that giant robot ate those records? That's very likely. Well, the map seems to be broken. I can sense that data source moving around inside the fog, and its movement speed is very close to the giant robots from just now. The map's broken? What happened? We're not sure either. It stopped displaying anything after we entered the fog. Is it because of interference from the redundant data? I only managed to find the data source thanks to 4D's guidance. Yep, I guess it's because I've always been in Leva's neural cloud, so I can sense the rough location of those data sources. Even through the interface. Want to compare what we have? What you have? Yeah. I have a feeling she is actually the source of everything happening. MP40 sends the information on the data sources to Persica. After a brief comparison, Persica nods in approval. While it deviates slightly from the exact coordinates, the general direction is correct, and this info can be used even if the map is broken. So after all that, you're saying that Leva's neural records are still inside the core of that big lug? I should have just taken it out just now. I don't think you could have eliminated it on your own, right, Lena? P40 turns to Persica. Persica, could I have temporary permission to clear the redundant data in Leva's neural cloud? It's too dangerous for Lena to take those monsters on alone. Clearing efficiency would definitely go up with 40's help. Sure. Saving Leva's the priority right now. After a few quick key presses, Persica nods. Right, we'll give it a try. Make sure you properly ID your targets when using it. Alright. Thank you, Persica. I'll use it carefully. This might not be a good choice. I've got... Check. I got some notifications on Discord. What's going on Twitter? The team wants... Yeah, this will make things much more convenient. Come on, Lana, let's go after Zit or something or other. Catches me off guard every time. Yeah. Not halfway. Lena and UMP-40 plunge deep into the fog again. After taking a few steps, Lena checks the map before shaking her head helplessly. Yeah, looks like the map breaks when we go into the fog. 40, I'll be counting on you for... Woohoo! UMP-40 suddenly throws a grenade into the fog. It blows up several lurking robots who transform into scattered data fragments that vanish on the wind. First blood. What? What? There are more on this side, too. Before Lena can say anything else, UMP-40 raises her gun and shoots in another direction. A burst of bullets sprays forth, making a straggler robot go crash to the ground. As she watches the data fragments disappear, UMP-40 skips merrily up to Lena. I got another one. Say, Lena, want to make it a competition? You know, see who can eliminate more of those robots? Eh? We're really gonna do that? Isn't it more important to find that big monster ASAP? Well, you look so serious. I wanted to tease you a little. The big guy's over here. That's not far off. UMP-40 looks into the fog. Before long, a huge shape looms out of the fog. Hey, what do you know? It's here at last. Let's get it together, 40. She's just... okay. She was forced into the map. Lena and UMP-40 surround and finally destroy the giant robot's core. Yay! Go team! And we finally took it down once and for all. I don't know why it wasn't like a mini boss enemy in the actual map thing, but okay. There's a massive explosion. The robot's gigantic metal frame shudders and slowly, crumples to the ground. Lena and UMP-40 hastily back away. However, a small black figure darts out from a corner of the battlefield and runs straight for the robot, as though it's not afraid of being squished by its falling bulk. Huh? Is that girl? Oh, why? As she looks where the girl is looking, Lena notices something is wrong. Something shiny and gleaming seems to have fallen from the giant robot's core. Wait, is that... 40, stop her! After firing a couple shots, Lena rushes toward the collapsed robot. Stop! No swiping! After realizing Lena's aim, the girl charges forward and tries to catch up with her, only to be driven back by a burst of gunfire from UMP-40. In the blink of an eye, Lena is rolled up to the robot. UMP-40 follows her, warily keeping her gun trained on the girl. The girl angrily waves her arms at the two dolls blocking her path. Ah, that's mine! Mine, give me back! Was this yours? This is Leva's neural space. Yeah, this is clearly Leva's. The girl glares angrily at Lena, and then she turns to UMP-40. You! Why are you helping her when we're... MP40 fires another shot at the girl's feet, interrupting her. Well, I don't know who you are. Don't even think of trying to harm Leva. You better stay away from us if you want to live. Ah, you're bad too. I hate you. Hate you both. The girl stomps the ground harder and harder, but no robot comes forth in response. Before UMP-40 and Lena can approach her, she punches the air in frustration and runs off into the distant fog. Looks like she's gone. She's got quite a temper on her. After seeing the girl leave, UMP-40 finally lowers her gun. Lena bends down and prepares to pick up the shiny object. Should be the data source. Ah, Lena, look! UMP-40 suddenly tugs on Lena's sleeve. She pulls Lena up and indicates their surroundings. The giant robot dissolves into data fragments following its defeat. The fog that's everywhere fades away, and a brilliant blue expanse of sea spreads before their eyes. Snow-capped waves gently lap at the beach. In the distance, a Ferris wheel towers over the sands, its colorful round gondolas slowly turning in time with the music. The fog is gone. So beautiful. Yep, I didn't know there was such a beautiful place in Leva's neural cloud. Seeing Lena's dumbfounded face, UMP-40 laughs and bends down to pick up the shiny fragment on the beach. Isn't this UMP-40's dog tag? Huh? Lena looks down at UMP-40's palm. There's a small rectangular piece of metal there, covered in scuff marks made by bullets. The name UMP-40 is engraved into its center. The letters have been worn down by the passage of time, but the dog tag seems to have been regularly polished because it's still gleaming like it's brand new. You mean that 40? The real UMP-40? Yep. This is one of the few things 40 left behind. I didn't know Leva was taking care of it all this while. Then, how about seeing what records it contains? I haven't looked through them yet. I think you should be the first to read something that important. UMP-40 hands the dog tag to Lena. With the utmost care, Lena begins reading the records contained within. Inside the lab, UMP-45 is currently lying inside a repair pod. Priska is standing beside her, carefully studying the data on the screen. In theory, we can extract the simulated persona from your base layer and configure it as a secondary processor core capable of independent computation. This will take up a bit of your internal memory, but it'll help you stabilize your base layer. Plus, having an additional core can be quite useful in electronic warfare. Yeah. However, I must remind you that the simulated UMP-40 you insist on extracting was essentially created by, while this simulated persona is based on UMP-40's personality and hasn't shown signs of redacted, nobody can guarantee that redacted in the future. Are you sure you want to keep her? Not the real 40, you know. I know it isn't the real 40, but I still want to keep it anyway. Actually, the secondary processing core you want doesn't need to have a simulated persona assigned to it. You can completely delete the persona, which would not only remove redacted, but it would also simplify maintenance going forward. And also, if you keep it, you'll have to reface redacted someday. 45. Have you really redacted? I know what I'm doing. This is the last thing 40 left to me. Even if it means redacted, I don't want to give up on it. How determined. Alright then, I'll do what she said. MP45 nods. Jessica looks at the monitor and begins typing at high speed. MP45 falls silent for a moment before she suddenly speaks. Jessica, can you redacted? Yep. It's not often that you ask me for a favor, so don't worry, redacted. Strings of data fly across the screen. MP45 stares calmly at the ceiling, her hand tightly clutched around the battle-scarred dog tag in her pocket. Lena stops reading the memory. Looks like this memory was from when Persica helped modify Leva's neural cloud. But it's strange. Why can't I read the whole thing? Want to give it a try, 40? Lena hands the dog tag to MP40. MP40 tries to read it too, but then she frowns. Yeah, I can't make out any of the key details. It's as though someone encrypted the records. Also, I just tried to decrypt it, but the encryption system's code is very unique, so I couldn't do it. I don't get it. Is there some kind of classified data in there? Or rather, is there some secret of Leva's inside? Leva's was especially sealed it up because she didn't want other people to see it. I don't know. Leva wouldn't be like me and do such childish things. Unless... Anna purses her lips and studies the dog tag again, a look of frustration on her face. MP40 laughs, then shakes her head and takes Lena's hand. There, Lena. Don't let your imagination run away with you. Perhaps I might know what's in there. After all, the simulated persona they're talking about is me, and this record might be related to the information that led to my inception. Huh? Don't look so down. Come with me. MP40 drags Lena onto the snowy white beach and picks a spot with an excellent view before pulling Lena down onto the sand with her, and she strikes a very storyteller-ish pose. Did you know how I was born? This is the Maldives. Yeah, sunshine, blue skies, and the sea. Promised land. Promised. I see. I think I understand. And B45 slowly wipes away her tears. These are all memories of my time with 40, my most cherished possessions. It is why you know all of this. That's right. Everything about you and 40. Our neural clouds share a common origin. It's not that difficult for me to simulate a virtual persona that imitates her. Deep down, I've always been hoping that 40 never left me, so I created you in my subconscious, which explains your presence in level 3. Yep, that's it. And it's a simulation you created. A virtual persona that will never replace your one and only MP40. As she gazes out across the boundless blue sea, the gray-haired girl smiles wistfully. Yes, I'm the virtual persona that 45 created. Back then, 45 was forced to bid 40 farewell because of Operation Butterfly. All she managed to bring back from that cruel battlefield was this dog tag. MP40 strokes the small piece of metal she's holding. 45 couldn't accept the fact that she had lost 40, so she began to unconsciously rely on her memories and simulated a new 40. In other words, me. I was born for 45. Protecting her, comforting her, supporting her, keeping her from ever being hurt by the past again. All these are my raison d'etre. At first, 45 wasn't aware of my existence. I lived in the base layer of 45's neural cloud. It was a dark and lonely place with nobody around, where every sound I made was swallowed up by the blackness. But one day, 45 fell into her base layer by accident, and then she found me. From that day onward, 45 would come by every now and then to talk to me. She'd tell me about what happened on the outside, about her worries and frustrations, and give me all kinds of things from the outside world. She even asked Priska to extract me from level 3 to level 2 so I could access information about the outside world, though it meant eating up her system resources. MB40 looks into the distance and a smile spreads across her face. My world changed ever since I was released into level 2. Or rather, I should say that day was when I learned what the world truly was. Through her eyes, I could see all the people she used to talk about. Squad 404, Kalina, the commander. I saw the pretty houses and lively amusement parks in the green and white zones, the deserts, sandstorms, and elids of the yellow zones. I was really very happy. 45 always treated me as her friend, even though I wasn't the real 40, even if I was just a persona cobbled together out of data and broken memories. Therefore, I treated 45 as my friend too. My one and only. My realest and truest friend. She changed my world and taught me happiness. From that moment onward, I truly wanted to protect her. I hoped that my existence would make her feel happy and at peace. Sec, I have more DMs. I watched 45 turn into Leva as the years passed. I saw how she gathered more and more friends to her side, and how she went further and further with her bravery and determination. Eventually, it seemed as though she'd be able to fulfill her wish from all those years ago. God, phone, please. 40. Suddenly, UMP40 stops halfway through her monologue and turns to look at Lena. And then she cheerfully pats Lena on the shoulder. That's why I'm really glad you're around, Lena. Huh? That's because you're always keeping Leva company. You've always stayed by Leva's side no matter what happened over the years, and you were always earnest and sincere while doing it. I can tell, you know. You're special to Leva. I... Lena pauses and scratches her head in a stiff and unnatural way. Well, I don't really feel special. I like to say we're a family, but truth be told, I've always been the one plastering myself to Leva, haven't I? After all, in the beginning, I just grabbed a gun that looked like hers and insisted that we were sisters because of that. But you and Leva, you're actual sisters. It was decided from the moment you were rolled out, like a mark that's forever etched onto your frames. I can't compete with that no matter what I do. Is that so? Well, that might be true if I were the real 40. And P40 chuckles. But you know, I am not and will never be UMP40. I'm just a simulated virtual persona. Right now, my presence is less of a consolation for Leva than a burden. UMP40's smile slowly fades. Leva will never progress if she keeps relying on 40 and clinging to the past. Take this neurocloud malfunction, for example. If it wasn't because she wanted to preserve 40, Leva wouldn't have insisted on using this obsolete frame. And she wouldn't have fallen short on combat power while facing that doll, which led to all of this happening. UMP40 lowers her head in dejection. Hey, 40, don't go blaming yourself for everything. Leva's done tons of upgrades to her frame over the years, and she's always been a perfectly capable fighter. Her neurocloud was damaged this time around because of that creepy doll. She's using an attack that specifically targeted Leva's weaknesses. Also, if you say you're at fault, then Colleen and I have a share in the blame too. We shouldn't have kept it from Leva and gone to find Persica sooner. You're right. I shouldn't think that way. MP40 nods, looking like she's regained her spirits. She stands up and holds a hand out to Lena. It's decided then. We'll keep looking for the next data source and protect Leva's neurocloud. That's my mission as UMP40. Let's go, Lena. Hang on. Since the fog is gone, let's contact Persica first. I'm sure she'll know about what's stored in the dog tag. Huh? Do we still need to contact her? But I already told you about the contents. That girl from just now seemed really interested in this dog tag, so maybe it contains really important information. It might help us find Leva. Eh? Huh. That's so. Wow, you planned this all out, Lena. But she might have finished analyzing that girl, too. Lena stands up happily, and she opens the transmission channel to Persica. However, the communications attempt fails again. It can't even leave a voice message. What's going on? Even though the fog is gone. Is redundant data still interfering with transmissions? Well, we got rid of the data source too. There shouldn't be any more interference. Does this mean my terminal's really broken? Or could there be another reason? Anna checks her communicator over and over again. However, she doesn't find anything wrong with it. After seeing the worried look on Lena's face, the MP40 lightly pats her shoulder. My guess is you need to hit a certain threshold of data cleared to maintain comms. We haven't cleared enough data yet, so we can't establish comms. Things might resolve themselves if we keep clearing data. Really? How do you know that, 40? I mean, with Leva's neural cloud being so chaotic and all, do these thresholds and whatnot really exist? It's just a theory based on observing our current situation. Here, take a look. MP40 points forward. Wisps of mist can be seen rising into the air not far away. If the fog dispersing represents reaching the threshold, at which communication is possible, then I guess that mist represents an unstable condition. It's only natural to imagine that you can't establish comms in such a volatile situation. Lena nods slightly in response to MP40's confident delivery. That's not an entirely baseless conclusion. But if we can't contact Persico, we won't know when we can figure out the contents of the dog tag. Oh, I don't think we need to be in such a hurry. MP40 smiles. She looks a little more relaxed now. Why do you say that? You're in a hurry to decrypt the dog tag because you're looking for clues about Leva, but we don't even know if it contains anything we can use. Currently, there aren't many people in Leva's neural space that could encrypt the tag. So far, the only person we've seen besides you, me, and Leva is that little girl. If Leva encrypted a dog tag, then the info might not necessarily help us find her. Also, the girl can't even speak in complete sentences, so I don't think she's capable of doing it. With that in mind, the dog tag might not actually contain useful information. So rather than waste time on decrypting the dog tag, clearing the redundant data would be a more meaningful use of our time. In fact, not being able to decrypt the dog tag is because of interference from other redundant data. I'm willing to bet like that. Who knows? Once we clear all of it, the comms problem might clear up by itself, and maybe the dog tag's encryption will fade away. You think things will go that well? Lena eyes MP40 doubtfully, but MP40 merely pats on her shoulder with a smile. Well, I'm not totally confident of that. After all, things in this neural space are always changing. But seizing the moment and clearing the data is better than just sitting around and waiting. And besides, I'm worried Leva's situation is going to get worse if we don't keep moving forward. Here, have a look. B40 points into the distance. At some point, several large fissures have appeared at the end of the path. What's that? Where did they come from all of a sudden? Lena looks worriedly at the fissures. Right as she does, more and more fissures appear, and more fog begins welling out of them. MP40 looks at the fissures and shakes her head worriedly. Leva's neural cloud is becoming more and more unstable. We can't delay any longer, Lena. After seeing the worried look on MP40's face, Lena nods earnestly. Got it. Since we can't contact Persico, we don't have any other choice. Let's look for the next data source, 40. I have to say, maybe my imagination, but feels like the writing for this event is like maybe older writing. It just feels very ironically, it feels very redundant. But I don't think it's in an intentional way. It just feels like they're saying the same things over and over again sometimes. So I wonder if maybe they didn't really, in the rewriting process, touch this event much. Perhaps felt it was good enough. Luggage is strewn all over the small room's floor. UMP-40 crouches among the suitcases, working hard on packing them. I didn't expect our vacation request to be approved so quickly. We'll finally be able to see the seaside. Being allowed to go on a beach holiday wasn't very likely, given our current circumstances. It's all thanks to Colleen. Not only did she help us submit our application, she helped take care of all the other paperwork too. When we come back, we need to bring extra souvenirs and properly thank her. In that case, should we leave some extra space in our luggage? Let me see. We have clothes, power banks, game consoles, wetsuits, swimsuits, and sunglasses. What else do we need? MP40 looks up. Her gaze settles on the table beside MP45. I almost forgot the sunscreen. I've got it all planned out. After we hit the beach, I'm going to find a beach chair, get my sunscreen on, and then tan for the whole day. 45. Make sure you help me apply it. Yeah. MP45 replies with a quiet word. She picks up the bottle of sunscreen and heads over to UMP40. UMP40 reaches out to take it, but she senses that UMP45 is distracted. What's wrong, 45? Are you feeling sad? No, I'm not. I just suddenly remembered that I forgot to pack a few pieces of clothing. MP45 chuckles, then turns back to the cabinet and opens the door, pretending to look for something. MP40's hunch was right. She's definitely not feeling happy, but she can't articulate why. Her memories of the sea are indistinct. MP45 can sense that those records contain bright and happy lights, but for some reason they seem out of place at the scene before her. Where exactly is the problem? MP45 reaches out and makes a show of searching the cabinet. Then her fingertips suddenly make contact with a cold object. MP45 brings her fingers together and tightens her grip around the object. When she opens her hand, she sees a piece of cool metal lying in her palm. It's a dog tag, its surface worn and covered in scrapes from bullets. Despite that, the name on it is still legible. It reads UMP40. Why is 40's dog tag here? Scorching heat surrounds her, and thick black smoke fills the sky. UMP45 takes aim at the fighting that rages around her with her raised gun. An indistinct figure races through hails of bullets and shells, opening fire as it rapidly approaches UMP45. 45, look out! Through the heavy smoke, UMP45 can make out the face of the person running toward her. It's UMP40. The crisp sound of one palm striking another brings 45 back to her senses. She looks up and sees UMP40 standing in front of her, hands raised and a smile on her face. Did I scare you? What's on your mind, 45? You seem really focused on it. I called your name several times, but you didn't react at all. 40. I was looking in the cabinet and found your... UMP45 stops speaking before she can finish her sentence. She looks at the chest of the doll before her. There is a dog tag there, shiny and chrome. The letters UMP40 written on it glitter under the ceiling lights. I'm sorry, 40. My neural cloud, it doesn't seem to have fully recovered yet. It keeps showing me weird records. Oh? Does that mean you remembered something just now? I just happened to recall a dangerous situation from our mission. But things are different from how they are now. I don't think you made it out of that operation. P45 surreptitiously hides the dog tag she's gripping in her hand behind her back as she recalls the scene in her neural cloud. And here I was wondering what was bothering you. I thought it was just another bad dream. UMP40 laughs and rubs UMP45's head, then she reaches out and hugs UMP45, stroking her back like she's consoling a child. There, I'm here. That dangerous battle is over and everything is in the past. This place is Griffin, and we're both safe. Right now, the only thing you need to think about is the seaside holiday with me. I've been looking forward to this vacation for so long. I always thought it was an impossible dream. Since it's come true, we need to make the most of it. Don't you think it'd be a waste of a precious vacation to keep thinking about the past? UMP40's gentle words calm UMP45's confused feelings once again. Yeah. UMP45 nods and embraces the smiling, happy doll, even as she tightens her grip around the dog tag she's holding. UMP40 can't see it, but UMP45's gaze is lingering on the pockmarked dog tag. I stream to see that. Lena, over here. Coming. After dispatching a particularly persistent, creepy robot behind her with a single shot, Lena catches up to UMP40 and ducks into an alley. Having lost their target, the robots behind Lena look around aimlessly for a bit before vanishing back into the fog. As she watches the robots leave, Lena sticks out her tongue at them from her hiding place beside a fissure. Phew, those guys are really clingy. Then there's that little girl. She was following us so closely that she actually slowed us down. Yeah, she's kind of a pain. No, Leva's neural cloud is in danger. We can't let them do whatever they want to it. 40, let's go with a new battle plan. We'll start by capturing that girl. She's the one holding Leva prisoner, then capturing her might lead us right to Leva. It sounds tempting, but that girl's been running from us ever since we took down that big guy. How are you going to make her show herself, Lena? Let's start by finding something that would attract her. Now, what do kids like? Say, what about that dog tag? UMP40's eyes light up and she points to Lena's pocket. The girl wanted that dog tag just now, right? That's a perfect bait. Eh? But Lena pats her pocket hesitantly. Well, the dog tag is really important to Leva. What if it gets stolen? I doubt that. I mean, that girl doesn't look too bright, and we've already encountered her many times already. All in all, I'm sure we can handle her 2-on-1. No can do. I don't want to gamble with Leva's safety. Got a point. Let me think. Hey, why don't we make a fake one? Saying so, UMP40 smiles and holds a hand out to Lena. Do you mind lending it to me for a bit? Lena hesitates for a moment, and she hands it to UMP40. UMP40 places it in her palm and covers it with her other hand. A moment later, a new dog tag appears in UMP40's other hand. A closer examination reveals that even the scuff marks and other signs of weathering are exactly the same as the real thing. They look totally identical. I can't tell them apart. It doesn't just look identical. I even simulated a signal similar to Leva's neural cloud. That girl will have a hard time telling that it's a fake, even if it's by its signal trace. Yeah. That's amazing. How can you simulate a signal that appears to be Leva's? You pick up a few things when you've been in Leva's neural space long enough. Here, you should hang on to the real one. Suspicious. After returning the dog tag to Lena, the MP40 turns and plants her hands on her waist before surveying her surroundings. Oops. Now, to find a place for an ambush. With UMP-40's help, the two of them locate a dilapidated hut. Ah, this is it. I remember there was a little shack here. The robots outside have all been cleared away, so the inside should be empty. Lena carefully opens the door. A ghost suddenly drops from above, and Lena backs up in fright. Wow, why is this place so spooky? This looks like a former haunted house in the amusement park. Don't be scared. It's been decommissioned after all. UMP-40 picks up the paper ghost from the ground and chucks it aside. And then she drags Lena to the center of the haunted house. After looking around at the facilities inside the house, she nods in satisfaction. This house has only one entrance and exit, and there are lots of obstacles for us to hide behind. It's perfect for an ambush. Let's put the fake tag here. MP40 puts the fake dog tag on a round table, and then moves behind a screen by the table and begins gesturing. I can hide here and emit a signal that's just like Leva's neurocloud data. When the girl is drawn to the tag, we'll jump out and scare her. I'll go camp outside the house then. I'll signal you when I spot the girl so we can coordinate our efforts more effectively. Alright. I'll definitely catch her now. That said, don't get too close to the house, Lena. It would be bad if she discovered us. I'll be careful. Let's do it then. We're gonna capture her this time for sure. Will we? Not long afterwards, Lena suddenly hears noises from inside the haunted house. Huh? There's a girl here? I didn't see anyone get close, and 40 didn't send me a signal either, did she? And then opens the comm channel to 40 and verifies that the call logs are empty. The outside world is still as quiet as ever. Was I just imagining things? Maybe I should wait a little longer. Lena carefully shifts toward the rundown house and hides behind a new piece of cover. However, the movements within the house can grow impossible to ignore. Those gunshots? Was that the sound of a Goliath exploding? Lena quickly opens the comm channel. 40, what's your situation? The transmission goes through quickly. Lena, we miscalculated. This room had secret passage. The girl suddenly came out of it and ambushed me. What? After she ambushed me, she fled through the passage. I chased her and found left behind by Leva. The unstable comm signal makes the MP40's voice choppy, but Lena immediately lashes onto the word Leva. Leva? What did Leva leave behind? I can't tell you over the comm, but catch up with her. You'll definitely find a clue to Leva's location. In any case, just come quick. I can't hold her by myself. Wah! Sudden exchange of gunfire and the transmission ends. Lena immediately springs up, rushing into the house. Hang in there, 40. I'm coming for you. After entering the house, all Lena sees is rubble. The old furniture and items inside the room have been blown to bits. The room is empty, but there is a huge hole in the corner of the house, like an inky black maw waiting to swallow Lena up. 40? 40, are you in there? The faint sound of gunfire comes from the hole. Lena grits her teeth and jumps in. 40. 40. Fire illuminates the pitch-black interior of the tunnel. In the depths of the tunnel, EMP-40 is fighting a fierce battle against the robots commanded by the girl. The girl has the dog tag in her mouth, her petite black silhouette darting nimbly between the robots. EMP-40 is hot on the girl's trail. Hey, get back here and tell me where Leva is. The girl ignores EMP-40 and her dog pursuit. She haughtily waves a hand and summons a pack of robots, which surround EMP-40 and separate her from the little girl. Upon seeing EMP-40 is about to be trapped, Lena rushes forward. 40. Thank goodness you came. Over here. Work with me. Lena, we need to find a way to force her into that corner. Got it. We'll head over there first. Check something. The girl is forced into a corner by Lena and UMP-40's combined assault. With the girl right in front of her, Lena darts forward to grab her hand. However, the girl suddenly twists away like a snake. She slips away between Lena and UMP-40 and runs off as the robots cover her. Ah, damn it! After her! Yep. Lena and UMP-40 run full tilt through the inky black passage. They shoot as they run, taking down all the robots in front of them. They finally close in on the girl again. However, just as Lena is about to grab the girl, she suddenly jumps and escapes them again. As she flees, the mysterious girl picks up something black from the ground and throws it at Lena. Hee. Lena reflexively catches the object, but then she freezes up as she realizes what it is. This is Leva's name tag. Why is it here? Ah, that's what I was talking about. The clue Leva left behind. There's also this. MP40 takes out a black ribbon and hands it to Lena. Look at this. I picked it up at the tunnel entrance. Isn't this Leva's hair tie? Lena takes the ribbon from her and carefully examines it. This does look like Leva's hair ribbon, but we're in a neural space, so all these are simulated from data. So why is it there? Did Leva leave it behind on purpose? I think so too. Maybe Leva deliberately left it behind to point the way for us. So you're saying that Leva was kidnapped from this place? Lena looks ahead with a worried expression on her face. Thanks to that brief delay from just now, the girl's already left the pair far behind her. Ah, she ran off again. We need to catch her. As they sprint after the girl, the two of them finally emerge from the darkness. Whew, we're here at last. Lena, you're so fast. Wah! MP40 suddenly grinds to a halt and grabs Lena before she can run past. Huh? What are you... Ah! Less than 10 meters out of Lena's yawning chasm in the fog, it abruptly cuts off the way ahead. Meanwhile, at the end of the path, the girl stands with a bratty grin on her face on the edge of the chasm. Countless robots are climbing up the cliff surrounding the abyss. 1, 10, 100. Their savage black forms pile up and line the edges of the chasm. Oh dear, this isn't good. Lena tightens her grip around her gun, then she hears noise from the tunnel behind her. More of those robots are approaching them through the darkness. We've been surrounded. Yeah. Lena and UMP-40 put their backs to each other, keeping their eyes on the robots climbing up the cliff and in the tunnel. The girl at the edge of the cliff seems to sense their tension at being surrounded. She grins, excitedly waving the dog tag in her hand. Precious is mine, all mine. You too, also mine. So hungry, I'm gonna eat you, and the precious. Eat, eat, eat. The girl giggles and brings the dog tag to her mouth. Her pink lips split open, turning her doll-like face into a ghastly maw that resembles a Venus flytrap. Her pearly white teeth are like jewels gleaming in the flytrap's heart, chomping and gnashing and grinding. She takes bite after bite out of the dog tag, crushing it into fragments. Ew. Ugh, that's so gross. MP40 and Lena watch in horror as the girl feasts. The girl completely devours the dog tag in moments. The Venus flytrap face returns to its doll-like form, like a miracle. Holy crap, she's a total monster. How did a piece of redundant data evolve into something like that? Got a point, but I suddenly realized that we probably shouldn't be worrying about that. MP40 looks like she suddenly remembered something as she points a trembling finger at the girl. Almost as she does so, the girl is digesting the dog tag suddenly flashes them a savage, angry scowl. It's a fake. Why did you trick me? Look out, okay, clear. MP40 quickly pulls Lena down, where they roll across the ground. Right as they hit the ground, Lena can feel a razor-edged data burst hit the ground in front of her. By the time she stumbles to her feet, Lena sees the several deep cuts are crisscrossing her and UMP-40's former location. They look like they were made by a knife. What's going on? Is it me or has she gotten stronger? There's no way. The dog tag was fake, or does she grow stronger after taking insufficient data? Ugh. Before UMP-40 can finish, the girl waves her hand again and launches another attack. I'll eat you all, every last bit, you baddies. Stop staring at her and run. Lena grabs UMP-40 and prepares to flee, but there are robots everywhere. They have nowhere to go. We're totally surrounded. What should we do? Should we try to force our way through? So escape. I can smell it. The scent of food. I'm gonna eat you up in one gulp. Nom nom. The girl seems to have realized how helpless they are and begins acting more and more aggressively. Lena's hand tightens around her gun as she stares the jubilant girl down, and then she surveys her surroundings. Suddenly, UMP-40 speaks up behind her. Lena, I think I have an idea. Look over there. UMP-40 points at the entrance to the tunnel. There's a bumper car among the robots. It looks like it's been abandoned there. I can get that car to move. Can you help me get rid of the enemies in the way? Lena seems to immediately understand UMP-40's plan, and she nods. Alright, do it now. As she says that, UMP-40 breaks into a sprint toward the bumper car. Lena opens fire at the same time, dispersing the robots in her way. The bullets clear a small path through the robot horde. UMP-40 jumps and lands inside the car. Immediately after that, its headlights flare to life in the darkness. The car traces a serpentine path through the horde as it swerves past Lena's side. Several robots are sent flying while the others get pinned against the front of the bumper car. One by one, the densely packed crowd of robots are forced toward the edge of the cliff. The bumper car pushes the robots along toward the cliff. The robots instinctively surround it and pile on. 40, look out! Lena opens fire on the bumper car, trying to drive off the enveloping robots. However, UMP-40 doesn't seem to be bothered by their presence. She hits the gas and drives the entire horde further forward toward the cliff's edge. Pushed by the bumper car, the throng of robots topples like dominoes, falling over the cliff one after another. Even the girl who's commanding them visibly panics and tries to avoid UMP-40 by going to the cliff's edge. Amidst a shriek of brakes, the bumper car finally comes to a halt at the edge of the cliff. UMP-40 jumps off and barely manages to avoid being surrounded by the robots. 40. Lena rushes forward while spraying fire. The UMP-40 executes a tactical roll out of the horde. Tossing off a grenade, she breaks into a sprint. The little red vehicle explodes in a fireball. Shockwave from the vehicle sends countless robots flying. Some of them are hanging onto the bumper car, others are standing on the edge of the cliff, but all of them go tumbling into the abyss from the blast. The enemy formation has been destroyed in the blink of an eye. The girl stands on the cliff's edge, a feral scowl on her face as she glares at Lena and UMP-40. She gives UMP-40 a very meaningful look. I hate you, hate you, hate you, hate you, hate family, hate outsiders, hate all of you. I'll be back to eat you too. Saying so, the girl turns and jumps off the cliff. Wait. Lena runs up after her, but before she can reach the edge, the girl's already vanished without a trace, leaving only a fathomless black void behind. She got away again. Well, at least we managed to escape. Plus, we got rid of a big pile of robots, too. Did we really get rid of them? Where does this abyss lead to? Lena looks down into the nigh infinite darkness. UMP-40 stands beside Lena and gazes into the abyss with her. My guess is that this cliff is like those fissures we encountered along the way. They're all formed from the instability of Leva's neural cloud. Perhaps it's her level 3 down there. Maybe it's the data recycling area. Or maybe it's just an unknown interstice in Leva's neural space. But the only way we can know for sure is if we dive in. In other words, we have no way of knowing where that girl's fled to, right? Oh, and just jumping down there would be too rash. What if there's an ambush waiting for us? But trust me, Lena. This is just a temporary retreat. We'll have another chance at this. UMP-40 gently pats Lena's shoulder. Lena doesn't say anything, just lowers her head and gently caresses the name tag and hair ribbon in her hand. Feeling down? UMP-40 reaches out a finger and pokes Lena's cheek. However, Lena continues frowning. Oh, come on, don't be sad. UMP-40 seems to sense Lena's dejection and moves in again to console Lena. Say, I think I know how to undo the decryption on the dog tag. And it's all thanks to you, Lena. I suddenly had an idea just now. Really? Lena's hand suddenly frees up. She tightens her grip on the hair ribbon and slowly lifts her head to look at UMP-40. You just thought of it. You know how to break the encryption? UMP-40 nods vigorously. A bright smile spreads across her face. Yep. Give it to me and I'll decrypt it. Who knows, the secret to saving Leva might be in there. But why didn't you do this before? The secret to saving Leva is in the dog tag. Lena suddenly stiffens up. Scenes are playing out in her neural cloud, telling her just how strange all of this is. Okay, yeah, Lena's not stupid. Yeah. Oh, I don't think we need to be this flashback. Don't be in such a hurry. We're in a hurry to decrypt the dog tag because they're looking for clues about Leva, but we don't even know if it contains anything we can use. Leva encrypted a dog tag, then the info might not necessarily help us find her. Also, the girl can't even speak in complete sentences, so I don't think she's capable of doing it. With that in mind, the dog tag might not actually contain useful information, so rather than waste time on decrypting the dog tag, clearing the redundant data would be a more meaningful use of our time. In fact, not being able to decrypt the dog tag is because of interference from other redundant data. I'm willing to bet like that. Who knows, once we clear all of it, the comms problem might clear up by itself, and maybe the dog tag's encryption will fade away. After thinking back on all of that, Lena subtly tightens her grip on the hair ribbon she's holding. Like UMP-40 said, the hair ribbon is made of data. It's a clue that Leva left behind to guide her. Lena's been repeatedly checking both the name tag and the ribbon in order to find anything which could help her out. If they really are clues left behind by Leva, then do they hold the secrets of decrypting the dog tag? Lena reflexively feels for the piece of metal in her pocket, upon which another cold object makes contact with her fingers. Ah yes, before those two there was also the bullet that Leva left behind. Lena instinctively squeezes the bullet. She proceeds to compare the data between the hair ribbon, the bullet, and that of the dog tag. However, the further the analysis progresses, the deeper Lena's frown grows. What's wrong? You look really pale, Lena. Are you not feeling well? UMP-40 tries to touch Lena's forehead, but Lena suddenly backs off. Can't. 40, I can't give you the dog tag. Lena shakes her head. If Leva truly encrypted the records inside the dog tag, then this must be very precious, and Leva would have cherished it dearly. That's why I'm going to help Leva protect it. That's my duty as her little sister. Huh? What's gotten into you, Lena? Is this some kind of new joke? I don't really get it. I'm asking for it because the information on it is really important. That way we can decipher the data on it ASAP. Are you mad because I kept you from chasing that girl just now? If so, I apologize. No, that's not it. Lena shakes her head again and stares at MP40. Her expression turns grim. 40, tell me something. Is Leva really being held prisoner by that girl? Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Of course she is. I saw it myself. That girl didn't even know how to tell the fake dog tag apart from the real one. So how could she possibly hold Leva prisoner if she isn't at least that smart? I definitely saw her. 40, are you sure that was Leva you saw? If Leva dropped her belongings in that passage, does that mean Leva's being held by that girl? Neither this cliff nor the passage shows any sign of Leva fighting anyone here. Unless... Huh? Yeah, you got a point, Lena. Did I remember things wrongly? After all, Leva's neural cloud is very unstable right now. Maybe they passed through here in the past. But there was no cliff, so they went by another route. Honestly, why are you letting your imagination run away with you, Lena? Just give me the dog tag. There's no time to waste. MP40 approaches Lena with a smile on her face, trying to ruffle Lena's hair. However, Lena reflexively avoids her. MP40 freezes up and pulls her hand back before smiling bitterly. What's the matter with you, Lena? You're acting weird. Don't you get it, 40? Lena slowly takes a step back, looking toward MP40. There's a look of sadness and confusion on her face that's impossible to put into words. You said the data inside the dog tag wasn't important earlier, but now you're saying it contains vital information. I don't understand. Why are you doing this, 40? You're supposed to be the person Leva trusts most, right? That's what I thought, and that's why I envied you. So why did you betray that trust? Lena, what on earth are you talking about right now? Do I have to show you what I mean? Lena smiles bitterly and holds up the hair ribbon. I thought it was weird, so I checked this ribbon closely. And as it turns out, the data structure of this hair ribbon is very similar to that fake tag. Also, the data structure is very much like the encryption logic on the dog tag. However, the encoding method is completely different from the bullet we first picked up. And P40 scratches her head in confusion. I'm sorry, Lena, I don't understand. Stop playing dumb, 40. You knew, didn't you? You knew the bullet we first found contained records from Leva's neural cloud. It definitely belonged to Leva. You then said the hair ribbon was left behind by Leva, but the ribbons and the bullet's data structures are completely different. Also, you said the dog tag's encryption was due to interference by the redundant data, but the ribbon's data structure and the dog tag's encryption were both identical to the fake one you made. Are all these really just coincidences, 40? Lena's brow furrows as she looks at UMP-40, but UMP-40 merely rubs her forehead. Ah, Lena, are you suspicious of me? Do you suspect that I was the one who kidnapped Leva and did everything we encountered on the way here? You're making me out to be one heck of a villain, you know? I might have lived in her neural space all this time, but I'm not that incredible, you know? Isn't it possible that this is just a structural abnormality caused by the damage to Leva's neural cloud? Really? I doubt it. Lena slowly clenches her fist. Why were the robots always avoiding you on the way here? The girl seemed familiar with how we fought. She managed to escape us when we flanked her in the tunnel. Then, on the cliff, you used the bumper car to knock the robots away, but the girl was knocked further away from me than before, which led to her escaping in the end. Also, the area before the tunnel was just a pile of rubble beforehand, but then you suddenly discovered a bumper car there. Isn't that very strange? It's because I know Leva's neural cloud well. Is it? Since you know Leva's neural cloud so well, how did you not know there was a secret tunnel underneath the haunted house? Huh? Eh? You were the one who pointed out the haunted house for the ambush, weren't you, 40? Yeah, you didn't know there was a tunnel in there. Was that really an accident, or were you keeping it hidden? And isn't it a coincidence that every single action we took was suggested by you? Ah, this is making less and less sense the more I hear of it. MP40 rubs her forehead in frustration again. It was my fault for not noticing the tunnel. I'm really sorry about that. But if you don't trust me, surely you can trust Persica's judgment, right? Persica approved of our plan of clearing the redundant data and the data sources. Persica. Yep. Although our comms with Persica haven't been too stable, and he probably fabricated the comms. No, you're not trustworthy precisely because of the comms outage. Lena raises the communicator she's holding. My communications with Persica only started malfunctioning after I met you, 40. And even after we made contact at last, you were the one steering our conversations. Each time any information which might be bad for you was about to be revealed, the transmission would be cut off. Actually, there's one more thing. 40, do you feel like you're being affected by the redundant data? Flashback. Oh, me. All that useless data takes up Leva's computational space, which affected comms between Lena and me. Since you were always resident in our neural space, you're kind of... I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Persica. I'm running just fine. I'm not feeling any interference at all. Back then, Persica was asking you if you were being affected by the redundant data, wasn't she? But you changed the subject. What were you trying to hide? I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just wanted to give my reassurances to Persica quickly. Really? So just what is this important information hidden inside the dog tag, anyway? After I got the dog tag, comms were still cut even after the fog dispersed. I didn't have a chance to ask Persica about the truth, and Persica didn't have a chance to reveal any information that would be disadvantageous to you. MP40 turns away with a helpless look on her face. I'm right, aren't I? I noticed a while ago, but you were really paying too much attention to the dog tag. The first time we found it, I just wanted to pick it up, but then you dragged me off to go look at the Ferris wheel and the sea. By the time I realized it, you'd already picked it up and handed it to me. It was when you encrypted it, wasn't it? After that, you've interrupted me every time I wanted to study the dog tag, because you were afraid I'd discover that there was something wrong with it. It's true that you helped me clear the redundant data along the way, which lined up with Persica's mission, but maybe you were just using me. What's your real aim, 40? Do you want me to help you collect Leva's data, or are you trying to use this chance to help that little sister of yours? I heard it, you know. That girl called you family just now. She's always been pretty close to you too, hasn't she? MP40 rounds her shoulders in defeat. She looks at Lena. There's a hint of despondence in her smile. So you don't trust me at all, huh, Lena? After everything we went through together on the way here, I thought we were friends. Looking at 40's dejected smile, Lena hesitates for a moment. All the events that occurred along the way here flash past her eyes again. She remembers UMP-40's bright smile when she was consoling her, and the dust covering UMP-40 after that explosion. Even now, the scars from those battles remain on UMP-40. But if all of that was just a ploy to win her trust, if there was the slightest chance they could end up hurting Leva... I'm sorry, 40. Lena looks UMP-40 in the eye, her gaze firm. I feel very, very bad about having to doubt you like this, but for Leva's sake, I cannot trust you. UMP-40 suddenly smiles, as if she can sense Lena's determination. She looks back at Lena, gently shaking her head. I just knew this would happen. Well done, Lena. I can't believe you saw through me so soon. I guess that's as far as the charade goes. However, I've already finished my preparations. A sudden gentle wind blows from the cliffside. MP40 grins wickedly, and then she claps her hands. The moment her hands come together, the Goliaths hidden by the edge of the cliff explode. A chain of explosions thunders toward Lena, ultimately sending her flying. Lena hits the ground hard and rolls several more times along the ground. It takes all of her strength to keep herself from falling off the side of the cliff. However, the after effects of the blast hit her immediately. The world spins, making Lena unable to think. Although she tries her hardest to open her eyes, she can't see anything clearly. I'm sorry, did that hurt? After all, this attack was specially designed to target your neural cloud data. Unlike those machines, I managed to gain a complete understanding of your data thanks to our time together, Lena. Lena senses someone approaching her with light footsteps through the dust and smoke which obscure everything. A shadowy figure looks down on her immobile body, then it bends down and takes a glittering object out of her pocket. I'll be taking Leva's beloved dog tag, then. No, give it back. Lena tries her best to grab her, but 40 effortlessly avoids Lena's grasp. No, this is mine now. Why? Lena's hoarse words make 40 pause for a few moments. Looking back down at Lena, she smiles thinly. You really want to know, Lena? All right, then. I'll satisfy your curiosity. The figure tosses a dog tag into the air. There's a flash of light, and the murky records from before play out clearly before Lena's eyes. However, I must remind you that the simulated UMP-40 you insist on extracting was essentially created by the Paraplui virus. While the simulated persona has shown no signs of trying to take over its host, based on UMP-40's personality, no one can guarantee that it won't in the future. Are you sure you want to keep her? It's not the real 40, you know? I know it isn't the real 40, but I still want to keep it anyway. Actually, the secondary processing core doesn't need to have a simulated persona assigned to it. You completely delete the persona, which would not only remove the potential risk of the Paraplui virus, but it would also simplify maintenance going forward. Also, if you keep it, you'll have to face the risk of a Paraplui virus outbreak someday. 45, have you really thought this through? I know what I'm doing. Those are the last thing 40 left to me. Even if it means having to live with the virus, I don't want to give up on it. I'm determined. Alright then, I'll do what you just said. UMP-45 nods. Persica looks at the monitor and begins typing at high speed. UMP-45 falls silent for a moment and she suddenly speaks. Persica, can you keep this a secret from the others? It's not often that you ask me for a favor, so don't worry. I'll keep this a secret. Lena feels dizzy after seeing all that. How could this happen? Wasn't the Paraplui virus... Even if this UMP-40 was a simulated persona created from the Paraplui virus, why? It's been so long since Operation Butterfly, since Sangus Ferry joined Griffin. Does anyone consider the Paraplui virus a threat? So why now? Oh, what do I do with you? Don't you get it? UMP-40 looks at the doll at her feet. She shakes her head in resignation and then snaps her fingers. In the next moment, the long silent communicator suddenly vibrates. Persica's worried voice echoes through the cliffside wind. Lena! Lena! Are you there? Come in, Lena. I'm picking up abnormal data fluctuations on Leva's neural cloud. While I don't know why, it seems the rewrite subroutine for the Paraplui virus was activated by accident. Also, I finished my data analysis. I recognize that kid's data. She's a brand new virtual persona generated by the virus, just like the simulated 40. Lena, the Paraplui virus instinctively consumes and overrides its host's programming. You need to get away from the simulated UMP-40 as soon as possible. Got that? Lena! Another finger snap suddenly cuts Persica's words off. UMP-40 smiles, then bends down and flicks Lena's head. You get it now, Lena? There's no reason why I did all of this. I did it because this is my mission, and instinct is the creation of the Paraplui virus. That girl and I used to be the same. We're both children of Paraplui. It's just that I was affected by the neural records relating to UMP-40, and over time, I forgot my instincts. But thanks to the attack from that mysterious doll, Leva's neural cloud was damaged, and I finally remembered everything. I need to thank you, Lena. Thanks to you, I could rejoin my real sister and gather the redundant data in Leva's neural cloud. Oh yes, you even delivered us this precious little keepsake. This is one of the keys to rewriting Leva's neural cloud. With it, we'll be able to truly seize control of Leva. How could you do this? Aw, are you mad? It's Leva's fault for being a sentimental dork. When she insisted on freeing me from her level 3 and insisted on retaining the simulated UMP-40 persona, she should have expected this to happen, no? Still, it doesn't matter anymore. The sleeping Paraplui virus is awakened. Both my new sister and I have sealed Leva's neural cloud away. Soon our neural cloud rewrite will be complete, and Leva will no longer exist. That's impossible. I won't. Lena struggles to grab UMP-40. However, her body feels so heavy that she's unable to rise. You've worked really hard for Leva's sake, Lena. Still, this is the end of your pointless efforts. UP40 walks over to the edge of the cliff. She looks over the edge into the pitch-black abyss below and smiles. You know, I've always been curious about just where that bottom of the chasm leads. And so I've decided to make it your new home, Lena. Don't worry. I'll tell Leva that you threw yourself off a cliff and sacrificed yourself heroically to save her. Seeing as how I've lived with Leva for so long, I'll allow her to keep her memories, even if I rewrite her neural cloud. Oh, and she can mourn you and the dead UMP-40 forever. Doesn't that make you happy, Lena? After all, you've always been worried you can't keep up with UMP-40, haven't you? Once you die, you'll have the same place in Leva's heart as her. Therefore, it's goodbye, Lena. Remember to thank me. UMP-40 doesn't give Lena a chance to speak. She claps her hands once again. The crypt sound is accompanied by deafening explosions from the base of the cliff. Lena feels her body tremble. The ground heaves beneath her. The cliff is collapsing, rocks crumble, and dust fills the air. Amidst the thunderous blast, UMP-40 takes the dog tag, pivots slightly on her heel, and leaves. Lena, on the other hand, falls alone into the infinite darkness. What a surprise! Who could have seen this coming? After falling through the darkness for who knows how long, Lena finally hits the ground. The hard impact she expects never comes. On the contrary, she is gently enveloped by a warm current. Lena pokes her head out of the warm and moist wave. A cerulean expanse is spread out before her. Golden sunlight rains down from above, and the sparkling waves are so brilliant Lena has trouble opening her eyes. This wave is level 3? It can't be right. Lena stares into the distance from where she's floating on the water's surface. Not far off, a snow-white beach extends along the cerulean water's edge. A towering Ferris wheel stands on the beach. Its multicolored gondola is swaying in time with the music. Is this the seaside from before? But how? Lena rubs her eyes. The warm, comforting landscape before her reminds her of the fragmented moments she glimpses as she fell just now. As Persica performs the neural upgrade on UMP-45, another figure watches UMP-45 from inside her neural space. 45, you're being dumb for doing something like this. You already know what I am, don't you? I'm a consciousness born from the parapluie-virus that could usurp my host's control permissions at any time. You're running the risk of frame damage and having your neural cloud stolen in order to keep a simulated persona like me. Do you really think it's worth all that? This isn't the first time we've had this conversation, is it? UMP-45 silently studies UMP-40. Yeah. I am the obsession from the depths of your heart. I'm the reason you don't want to give up this body. You didn't want to abandon the past back then. Is that still true now? I know that I'll have to say goodbye to 40 one day, but I still can't put her aside at the moment, because 40 has always been the strength that keeps me moving forward. It isn't just 40 either. Even you, even though you're just a simulated persona, you've still kept me company in my neural cloud for so long. Whether I was sad, depressed, or misunderstood, when I thought about how I still had you, who understood me, all my problems seemed to fade away. So you're more reliant on me than I thought, 45? That's not good. I'm trying my best to break this dependency, but MP45 smells bitterly. You know it's not that easy. Yeah, I do. MP40 smiles as she hugs MP45, patting her back gently. It's okay. If you need me, I can keep you company for a while longer. I'll keep the parapluie-virus in your neural cloud under control, come what may. So just relax and leave it to me, 45. As long as I'm around, you'll never be alone, and you'll never be hurt. You get it now, Lena? There's no reason why I did all of this. I did it because this is my mission and instinct as the creation of the parapluie-virus. Are you mad? It's Liva's fault for being a sentimental dork. When she insisted on freeing me from her level 3 and insisted on retaining the simulated UMP-40 persona, she should have expected this to happen, no? Lena slowly swims to the shore as the waves lap around her. Various scenes from her neurocloud flicker before her eyes, keeping Lena from seeing UMP-40 clearly. Which one of these is the real 40? Which of these? Did you say you were going to keep the parapluie virus in check? How did you do that to Leva? So what were all these years ever for? As Lena thinks back on the years she'd spent with UMP-40, she covers her eyes and big teardrops roll down her cheeks. Even though they'd been fighting side by side until just now, even though they'd met each other in Leva's neural cloud many times. But now all these moments are shattered, like the waves crashing against the shore. The sudden sound of an incoming transmission interrupts Lena's tears. Lena, you read me? Persica? Finally. Persica? 40 tricked Leva. She and that parapluie girl ganged up to seal off Leva and they double-teamed me. What should I do? She took Leva's dog tag, too. Lena sobs as she explains the situation to Persica. After hearing Lena's tearful narrative, Persica sighs quietly. I'm sorry, Lena. The development of the parapluie virus in Leva's neural cloud and the change in 40 were beyond my expectations. It's all my fault. Does that mean Leva is going to be rewritten now? What should I do? On the other side of the transmission, Persica goes silent for a while, and then she quietly speaks. Leva isn't beyond help, Lena. You still have a chance. I still have a chance? Of course. I've told you before, the most effective way to deal with Leva's neural cloud issues is to reset her OGIS system and eliminate UMP-40's data. Earlier, I ruled out that idea because I thought Leva wouldn't agree to delete 40, and 40 didn't pose a direct threat to her anyway. However, now that 40 has been infected by the parapluie virus, it would be better for Leva to just delete her data. But Lena reflexively interrupts Persica. What? Are you still worried that Leva won't agree? Yeah, Leva doesn't know what happened to 40. So if we just delete the data and have Leva forget 40, won't we be doing the same thing as that weird doll? It's been so many years, but Leva's refused to give up on 40. Even if we have to delete 40 for Leva's good, we have to at least tell Leva the reason for it. And besides, for some reason Lena remembers the sparkling sunlit sea from before. The nameless warmth and 40's brilliant smile make Lena want to approach her again and get an answer from her. I want to ask 40 why she betrayed Leva. I don't believe she'd betray a friend of so many years just because of the parapluie virus. I need to find her and figure all this out. Even if the answer is the cruel one, I need to tell it to Leva. There's gotta be another way, right, Persica? Do I still have a chance of finding 40 now? I know it might be hard, but since I promised to protect what Leva cherished, I can't just give up now. Persica can feel Lena's determination and nods. Indeed, there is another way. According to what you said, 40 threw you off a cliff. However, you didn't end up in an unknown space, but landed in the sea instead. Is that right? Yes. I don't know why, though. Did the neural space's instability have messed with 40's plans? Perhaps 40 really did want to kill you off, but you escaped by some stroke of luck. In that case, you should have a chance to find them. Persica's fingers fly over her keyboard as she says this. After that, the emitter Lena is carrying begins to glow. Huh? What's this? There's another button on it? Curious, Lena pushes the glowing button. The laser beam shoots forth, hanging in the air and pointing toward a certain direction. I upgraded it for you. The program now has a command to track 40's neural cloud data. When you push the button, the beam will point in her direction. That way you'll be able to find her. Oh yes, one more thing. A ray of blue light suddenly sweeps over Lena's body. I fixed up the data that got damaged during your previous battles. Wow, I feel so warm and toasty. My neural cloud's much more comfy now. You, Persica? Yep. Go on, then. From what I can see of Leva's neural cloud data, the rewrite isn't complete yet. You should be able to make it if you hurry over now. If there really is a way to save Leva, it's all up to you. Understood. Lena wipes away the lingering tears on her face and nods earnestly. Relax and leave it to me. I'll never ever allow Leva to be rewritten. Lena runs through the neural space, following the emitter's beam. However, the landscape gets more barren the further she flies. It's as though Leva's neural space is being degraded by the fluctuations from the redundant data. Finally, Lena finds herself in a patch of open wilderness. The only thing here is the lonely little cabin. Is this it? Being pointed this way, and there's nowhere else around here. Lena runs toward the cabin. However, before she can reach it, Lena sees herself reflected on the cabin's outside wall. Oh! It's like a mirror. Kind of scary. As Lena approaches the cabin, it becomes clearer and clearer. The outer wall of the cabin seems to be made of mirrors. The flat, shiny surfaces reflect the open wilderness and the solitary figure of Lena. In the wilderness beyond the cabin, countless fragments of data whirl in the air like a storm, rising slowly into the sky. They form a twisted black vortex that covers the sky. The sight alone makes Lena slow down. Could this be the last data source? The door to the mirror cabin suddenly opens, as though in response to Lena's voice. MP40 leans by the door, a smile of approval on her face. 40. On seeing MP40, Lena rushes over to her, stopping just outside the cabin. 40, what have you done? Why did you seal Leva away? Why did you lie to us? What a surprise. This is the most secret place in Leva's neural cloud, but you found it so soon. Looks like Persica's little toy was pretty handy. Stop changing the subject and answer me. Lena, you sound so mad. Answer me. Why did you do it? Didn't you tell Leva that you could control the Paraplui virus? Oh, Lena, aren't you getting something wrong? Why would I want to control the virus? I am the virus. Taking over Leva's neural cloud is my real mission, isn't it? Why you? MP40's smile feels utterly alien to Lena. She tightens her grip around her gun and glances warily at MP40 while inspecting her own reflection in the mirror. What is this place? Is Leva in there? And where is that girl? MP40 simply steps aside and makes a beckoning gesture. Please come in. Weren't you interested in how 45 parted ways with 40? Oh boy. Isn't that experience the reason why you've always felt you could never take 40's place? No, I didn't. Don't lie to me, Lena. I can read you like an open book. I can tell you're really bothered by the real 40. Still, it's alright, because you really care about Leva. Therefore, I don't mind giving you this chance. Now then, just walk through this door and you'll learn about that time. Leva might be about to vanish, but I don't mind showing you that cruel truth in person before Leva is totally gone. I'm sure you must be dying to know just what Leva did to her most precious UMP-40 during Operation Butterfly, right? Cut the crap. Leva would never do anything like that. Lena raises her gun. Looks like you really are clueless. Looks like Leva hid it all really well. Still, what a shame. B40 strokes the doorframe and smiles regretfully. Rewriting Leva's neural cloud means these memories won't be preserved. I'll never know about this part of her past. Do you really not want to know, Lena? This is the most important experience in Leva's neural cloud, and memories of the events that changed her forever. Saying so, UMP-40 steps inside. She looks at Lena and beckons her to enter once again. Won't you come in? The truth of Operation Butterfly lies within. And with that, UMP-40 turns and walks into the depths of the cabin. Lena hesitates for a moment as she stares at UMP-40's back. In the end, she grits her teeth and follows her in. gripping her gun tightly. Yes. Fire. There's fire everywhere. The high walls around her crack and collapse. Dull corpses are stacked into piles. Lena sees this tragic, hellish sight in the mirrored wall before her. What's all this? Why is this happening? As she walks through these awful scenes, UMP-40 turns around almost playfully and gives Lena a mournful look. This is what she always wanted to know, Lena. This is how Operation Butterfly ended. No, it can't be. Lena shakes her head frantically, but right after that, she sees two familiar figures in the mirrors. UMP-40. The song is playing. Now then, 45. Time to choose. Choose? Choose what? 45. Do you want to die here? Die like the dolls we just killed? Or do you want to leave here alive and escape your fate of being a puppet? They've activated the safeguard program. You know what that means, right? They're destroying our neural clouds. So are we going to die here? No, only one of us has to die. The program will stop running as long as one of us dies. What are you talking about? Hopeless, isn't it? But that's the fate of all dolls. Which do you choose? Life or death? Answer me, UMP-45. Before the doll in the image can answer, Lena has already run up to the mirror. She pounds on the mirror, trying to stop events from unfolding. But it is no use. The scene before her continues playing out. Stretch. Through the hair's breadth of the mirror's surface, UMP-40 grabs UMP-45's gun and points it at her forehead. Why? Why does it have to be like this? Raise your weapon, UMP-45. Don't pity yourself. It's only for losers. Right after that, a bullet drills through the doll. Lena throws herself at the mirror with wail. However, UMP-40 has already collapsed with a bullet hole in her head. Broken, UMP-45 throws down her gun and collapses to her knees in front of UMP-40, clutching her head. Lena covers her mouth in disbelief. She trembles as she sinks to her knees as well, looking at UMP-40 with pleading eyes. 40, did all this... Is this really true? However, UMP-40's only reply is a calm, enigmatic smile. Yes, it is. Back then, 40 and 45 took part in the operation while obeying a secret order. But 45 didn't know that she and 40 had long since been infected with the parapluia virus. And so, while her teammates were still searching for Sanguis Fairy's legacy, Parapluvirus was suddenly activated, and all the participating dolls were infected. The Griffin dolls slaughtered each other there, in that Sanguis fairy plant. The masterminds behind all this had prepared to eliminate 40 and 45 to cover their tracks. They triggered the safeguard program they had installed in their neural clouds beforehand. Once the plan was complete, it would trigger and melt down 40's and 45's neural clouds. But they miscalculated in the end. In order to avoid this tragic fate, 40 had asked 45 to hand command permissions over to her. So long as 45 killed 40, 45's response signal would vanish as well. And then Leva became a doll with no identity, a doll who did not exist. Is that right? Yes. 404. Meaning not found. By losing everything, she gained her freedom. As the UMP-40 speaks, an old gun falls to the ground. It's a UMP-40. Paint bloodstains are still visible on it. So, Leva killed 40. That was how it was all along. As Lena as Lena numbly touches the gun, tears spill out from the corners of her eyes. Ava. So that was what really happened. Yep. In order to survive this fated tragedy, EMP-45 was forced to murder EMP-40. Lena squeezes her eyes tightly shut, but the tears won't stop. She understands everything now. She knows why Leva cherished EMP-40 so dearly. Why Leva refused to change her frame, no matter what. Why a timid and weak doll was reborn into a crafty vixen. Since EMP-40 gave her life for Leva. It's only natural that nobody could take EMP-40's place in her heart. Lena tries her best to wipe her tears away, but the scene in the mirror is playing out again. Raise your weapon, UMP-45. Don't pity yourself. That's only for losers. Stop it. Stop showing me this. Lena grabs UMP-40's hand as she weeps. I get it. I get it all now, so stop replaying it, please. I beg of you, 40. Sorry, Lena, but I can't. UMP-40 reaches out and pats on his head in an apologetic way. It's because I'm not the one showing you anything. Everything you see here, all the cruel images that keep repeating over and over and over, all of them are just the reality that made the Leva of today. All these years, Leva has never forgotten the fact that she killed 40. These tragic scenes have been playing out in her neural cloud over and over again. Heck. Did I lose connection to YouTube? What happened there? No. Hang on, let me check. Did I lose connection? No, I didn't. Okay, YouTube is just being weird. Oh, okay, it's back. Weird. Anyway. And I knew this was going to be rough going through this. God damn it. She grew as quickly as she did because of this unstoppable, unending tragedy that repeats endlessly in her neural cloud. Killing 40 tormented her so badly that she created me in her neural cloud from the Paraplui virus. However, even with a simulated persona like myself to serve as a tranquilizer, no matter how much companionship and comfort I gave Leva, I can't change the cruel reality of the past. Dang it, almost out of water. MP40 goes quiet, seemingly because of Leva's painful past, but soon she smiles in a strange way. Still, all this is going to end. The neural rewrite has begun. Once the Paraplui virus finishes its rewrite, Leva will no longer exist, and neither will this pain. Paraplui will draw a veil over everything. Leva will truly bid the past farewell and embark on a brand new journey. 40, what are you saying? I'm serious, you know. MP40 smiles as she strokes the mirror. You see, the interface between level 2 and level 3 is hidden behind this mirror. I wove a lovely dream so Leva would accept the neural rewrite more readily. In that dream, MP40 is still alive, and Leva is living happily with 404 and her friends from Griffin. Of course, that includes you, Lena. Bet Leva must be really pleased with that dream, no? After all, she hasn't shown signs of waking up yet. Still, that's fine too. Thanks to you clearing away all the extra data this whole time, Leva's neural space has been stabilized, and I can return behind the mirror to activate the access ports. Once I recover and rewrite her neural cloud, I'll be able to replace Leva and become the true master of this neural space. That won't happen. Quit dreaming. Lena gets up and grabs 40's sleeve. Leva won't drown in a beautiful dream like you say she will. Oh, really? And how do you know? Because I saw all this. Lena wipes her tears away and stares hard at MP40. 10 years ago, Leva was strong enough to survive after losing 40. Even after losing her arm, her eye, her name, her identity, and even after becoming a doll that doesn't exist, she never backed down or bent the knee to anyone. She kept repeating those memories in her heart, no matter how much it hurt. Taking one step forward after another. That was why Leva could grow so fast. Right now, Leva is 100 times more amazing than she used to be. She will never lose herself to a pretty but fake dream. Saying so, Lena raises her gun. I believe Leva will wake from her dream. Therefore, as her most reliable little sister, I'm going to help Leva in my own way. I won't let you hold Leva prisoner. I will show Leva that even after losing 40, there's still goodness and something worth living for in reality, that there will still be someone who will stay by her side. Saying so, Lena pulls her trigger. A bullet slams straight into the gleaming mirror, but it appears to hit a transparent coating at the moment of impact and freezes midair. MP40 laughs mockingly as she sees this. Lena. Don't you think you're being terribly naive? Did you think I'd let such a precious mirror go unprotected? Alright then, I'll take on the role of big sister for once. As she says this, MP40 picks up the old gun on the ground. Bullets pepper the ground around Lena's feet. MP40 smirks confidently as she watches Lena scurry away. You think you can save Leva like that? You're too naive. I'll teach you what it really means to fight, on Leva's behalf. I have a feeling the bullet she fired was probably the one that was the neural record. It looks much cuter in a new outfit. Are they like trying to shill the outfits at this point? You... I don't care what you do. I'm gonna save Leva. Oh my. Nobody will like you if you're always so fierce. Time to give you a free lesson, Lena. Um... Hmm? Like... Oh, because Lena's... Can I... No. Okay. Then... Mm. Yep. Knew that was gonna be a rough thing to read. Okay. Hmm. Eh. After a vicious battle, Lena forces MP40 into a corner. You lose, 40. I guess I took you too lightly. I can't believe she raised such an amazing little sister. Looks like Leva was one hell of a big sister. As she takes in UMP-40's unwillingness to accept her loss, Lena shakes her head sadly. So I don't get it, 40. Why did you do all this? Leva never treated you badly. She brought you out of her base layer and even asked Persica to grant you all kinds of permissions and authorizations. And now you're hurting Leva and even trying to steal her neural cloud. Is all this really just because of the Parapluvirus's commands? You were born to protect Leva in the first place. P40 chuckles. She looks a little tired as she leans against the mirror and slowly slumps to the ground. If I had to say why, I guess it was because I didn't want to just live like this forever. From the moment I was born, I lived in a virtual neural space. I could see everything Leva experienced in reality, yet I could only ever simulate the experience in a virtual environment. It's true, I was born because of Leva's wish. I never minded being a substitute for EMP-40, or protecting Leva, or consoling Leva. But at some point, I started thinking of EMP-40, or rather, the words the real EMP-40 said. She said, even T-dolls have a reason to live for their own sake. I know I'm just an imperfect, incomplete persona, born for Leva's sake. I can't even be called a proper doll. But even I want a reason to live on for myself. Not for anyone, but for my own sake. 40. MP40 realizes she slipped up and lowers her head. In the past, when Leva was functioning normally, I could still hold back my desire. But now, after that weird doll attacked us, I just can't get rid of this impulse in my neural cloud. Perhaps it's just the Parapluvirus's instinct. The virus is urging me to seize control of Leva's neural cloud, which led to the creation of that girl. But didn't Leva survive because she killed 40? In that case, why can't I rewrite Leva's neural cloud? Wouldn't that be like paying back 40? Still, there's no point saying all that now, is there? I mean, I lost to you, Lena. UMP-40 shakes her head and tries to raise her UMP-40. She smiles weakly at Lena. Things being what they are, you should kill me, Lena. Use this old gun and that bullet you picked up. What are you talking about? UMP-40 throws her old gun at Lena's feet and gestures for her to pick it up. If my fate is to be deleted by Persica, then I'd rather just die here. Kill me, Lena. The only way to kill me is with this gun and with that bullet. By killing me, you will free Leva. Leva knew you'd saved her. She'd surely think you'd grown up so much. And in the future, she'd allow herself to fully rely on you. After saying all that, like she's dictating her last will and testament, the simulated 40 raises her hands. She closes her eyes without any word, as though she's looking forward to nothing more than her own death. Do it, Lena. UMP-40's voice is quiet, very quiet. Lena picks up the gun without saying a word. She chambers the old bullet she picked up at the beginning and takes aim at UMP-40's head. Her finger presses against the trigger, but no matter what she does, she can't gather up the will to pull it all the way. Should she shoot her? Should she shoot this liar, this Paraplui-spawned creature that betrayed Leva and herself? Lena, what are you waiting for? The UMP-40 before her is calmly awaiting her fate. However, Lena is still hesitating. This person has saved her along her journey countless times before. Even as she flung her off a cliff at the end, what awaited her at the bottom was a sunny expanse of seawater. Lena's finger tightens around the trigger once again, but something in her neural cloud is keeping her from following through. Should I shoot her? Lena reflexively surveys her surroundings. The cabin is quiet, so quiet that even the girl and her robot seem to have vanished without a trace. Only the cruel scenes from the past are still moving, still playing out over and over again. There is the faint sound of explosions coming from outside the cabin. Lena unconsciously looks out a nearby window. Far in the distance, so far away that she almost can't make it out, several Goliaths are fighting the robot hordes. Meanwhile, the UMP-40 before her is still quietly urging her on. This close to running out of patience. Hurry up and shoot, Lena. Pitying your enemy is for losers. I'm sorry, but I just can't do it. Lena slowly shakes her head. As much as I hate to admit it, the fact is that you're the sole reason Leva managed to survive, 40. So I can't shoot you, because I don't want to kill you. I can't kill you. How disappointing. MP40 slowly opens her eyes. She laughs coldly and then struggles to her feet. You've come this far, but you're still so soft and weak. In that case, let me give you one final push. As she says this, MP40 raises a hand and presses on the shimmering mirror. In response to MP40's gesture, the looping images in the mirror vanish. A golden beach suddenly appears in front of Elena. Elena's eyes go wide as she sees that familiar figure standing by the seaside. Leva! Just gonna hit us with that in the fucking cutscene, loading screens now, huh? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. The golden sands by the azure sea are slowly dyed in the colors of twilight. MP40 looks at the distant setting sun, her feet lingering in the gentle surf. I'm so happy today. The sea is lovely. Unfortunately, today is almost over. Yeah, I just can't get enough of the scenery. Only I could spend every day vacationing by the seaside. Oh, that's right. I have a gift for you, 45. I'll go get it from my luggage. Just wait for me here. Alright. MP40 waves cheerfully to Leva and leaves the beach. As MP45 watches MP40 fade into the distance, her smile slowly fades. The waves lap at the sandy beach as the sunset breeze blows. The waves carry a dog tag to her feet. MP45 picks it up. The letters MP40 are engraved onto it. The tag looks heavily worn, and there are several scrapes from bullets on it. So that's how it was, huh? MP45 takes out another identical dog tag from her pocket. The moment she does, 2, 3, 4, the waves wash up more and more tags and deposit them on the beach. Soon there are piles of dog tags by MP45's feet. I already sensed something was wrong, but I kept trying to fool myself, to treat all this as a sweet dream. But now I can't even lie to myself anymore. I guess something like this is happening because even my neurocloud knows all this is fake. Can't keep running from the truth anymore. MP45 tightens her grip around the little piece of metal in her hand and turns to walk into the waves. 45, don't go. A shout from MP40 stops her. If you stay here, this sweet dream can keep going. I can restore everything to how it was and get rid of all those annoying pieces of metal. As long as you're okay with it, all of us, we can keep living with you like this forever. We can keep training, going to parties, and going on beach holidays together. MP45 shakes her head. I'm sorry, 40, but I can't stay here. But why? This place, isn't this everything you wanted, 45? The commander's here, you're far from the battlefield. You have 404 and MP40. The dolls don't dream. However lovely this all might be, it's all fake. And I'm not going to lose myself in a fake illusion. Besides, it's not like you're even the real MP40. You're just a guardian program for this place, aren't you? So you already realized it. Yep. Every time I wanted to remember the actual past, you tried to distract me with something. It wasn't just you either. Everyone else in the sweet dream acted the same way. While I still don't remember why all this is happening, I think I'm getting close to the truth. Your mission is to keep me in this hollow dream. But why? I just want you to be happy. You have everything you wanted in this dream. You can be with all your friends and loved ones in love and happiness. But once you leave this place, all the cruel scenes that are fuzzy and out of focus here will become stark reality. All your joy will become suffering. You'll lose the person who's most precious to you, 45. MP45 shakes her head. No, that's not right. I'll have to set out to find the truth precisely because 40 is so precious to me. Only the truth can remind me of the fact that I've lost 40 forever. Yes, losing 40 was painful. It's that same pain that proves just how much 40 meant to me. Of course, I'd like 40 by my side, but choosing to forget my pain and drowning in this beautiful dream, that would be the ultimate betrayal, 40. And so, I'm sorry, but I have to go. With that, EMP-45 turns toward the pounding surf. Dog tags wash up against EMP-45's ankles, one after another. The sound of clinking metal blends with the sound of the waves, both of them gradually transforming into the sounds of Operation Butterfly. Hopeless, isn't it? But that's the fate of all dolls. Which do you choose, life or death? Answer me, UMP-45. Why? Why does it have to be like this? Raise your weapon, UMP-45. Don't pity yourself. That's only for losers. These previously indistinct memories flood into UMP-45's neural cloud once more. No, right now her name is Leva. The flames of war roll on endlessly before her. The ocean has dyed the color of blood. A sad yet relieved smile spreads across Leva's face. 40. I'm sorry, but I just can't forget these memories. Ah, so you remembered it all then? Yep. I backed all these memories about 40 up into my level 3 a long time ago. While my neural cloud was damaged a while back, this data wasn't destroyed, just rendered unreadable due to a system error. You can sense that someone is helping me take care of these errors. The amount of computational space in my neural cloud is growing, and my records of the past are clearing up. Judging by the style of data warfare, it must be Lena, isn't it? No, that's not it. It isn't just Lena. The location of these records is extremely well hidden, and only 40 would know about them. Well, I managed to piece all this scattered data together thanks to them cleaning things up. So, I'm sorry, 40, but it's time for this dream to end. Leva smiles apologetically and gently hugs UMP-40. Alright then. If that's your decision, Layla. The air seems to go out of UMP-40 as she hangs her head and leans against Leva's shoulder. The crimson-dyed battlefield instantly vanishes, and the scene before their eyes reverts to its pure azure color. UMP-40 and Leva return to their appearances in reality. Thank you, 40. Thank you for crafting the sweet dream for me. I've really missed you all these years. I've always wanted to see you again and go on vacation with you, to tell you so many things. Whenever I had a happy experience, I would think, if only 40 were here. I had so many things I wanted to tell you, to talk with 40 about. 45. And so, at the start of this dream, I really was happy, because I got to see you again. Even when I sensed something was amiss, I didn't question it too much, because I was terrified that if I questioned my happiness too deeply, it would disappear. Even now, I don't want it all to end. Still, I have to go. I know someone else is out there, trying to break open this space. Someone is calling me, and their voice is getting louder and louder. The voice is calling me Leva. You understand, don't you, 40? While I tried running away from that fact once, my present self no longer treats 40 as my only emotional crutch. As Leva, I have more reasons, new reasons to keep living, compared to when I was 45. I've been subconsciously rejecting that conclusion because I saw it as a betrayal of you. That's why I kept trying not to think about it, and why I almost lost myself in that dream. Bro, please. I won't run away from it anymore. Reality is cruel, but I will accept it. Because I've already set the past down. My present self will live on as Leva, just as you hoped. Not for anyone else, but for my own sake. I understand. The piles of metallic tags on the beach vanish at some point. MP40 smiles in what looks like relief. I might just be a Guardian program, but my data was derived from UMP-40 after all, and I understand why 40 made this sweet dream. 40 tried to seal you away with his beautiful past. It would protect her neural cloud from erosion by the outside world, and also keep you from interfering with it. She also wanted to use this dream to see if you were brave enough to bid the past farewell. And now, I have your answer. This was quite unexpected. Turns out the present 45 is stronger than 40 now. Looks like the girl who was always cowering behind 40 has finally grown up. UMP-40 smiles and gently rubs Leva's cheeks. Unable to hold herself back any longer, Leva sinks her face into the crook of UMP-40's neck and sobs quietly into it. 40. As Leva sniffles, ripples begin running through the neural space. The sky and sea roil and churn as the waves below their feet grow more and more intense. Soon an old gun comes into view from between the waves. Ah, looks like the seal is about to be broken. Come on, strike me down. Huh? UMP-40 picks up the old gun and places it in Leva's hands. I'm still the guardian program of this space, after all, and my duty is to keep you from leaving. I can't run from that either. So if you want to leave this place and figure out what's going on with 40 outside, you'll have to take this gun and strike me down. Oh, yeah, because it took her out of the party. Oh, okay. Okay, mount. Hmm. Okay, guys, I think she's dead. What's up, Psycho? I'm getting a little emotional over here because sad things happening in sad game. A gray-haired form frantically dodges bullets by the seaside. After being hit several times, she sinks to her knees on the beach, like she has given up on resistance. She looks up at Leva, who's closing in on her. Although she's completely worn out, she gives the person before her a relieved smile. You've become really amazing, 45. Looks like my mission is truly over now. Yeah, I'm good. Meanwhile, Leva has a focused look on her face. She slowly walks over toward UMP-40. 40. After saying goodbye to you, I swore I'd become stronger and keep moving forward. I wouldn't let anyone stand in our way until I completed our promise. I'll never forget 40, but I'm different now from how I was back then. As for 40's memories, they aren't a life preserver to save me from drowning, but a precious gem called hope. And I need to let her know that as well. Yes. So do shoot. The only way you can escape this seal is by killing me like an Operation Butterfly. As she says this, UMP-40 suddenly grabs the muzzle of the gun and points it at her head. Leva reflexively tightens her grip on the gun. EMP-40 laughs merrily, as though she's sensing Leva's hesitation. Go on. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm just a Guardian program. I'm not the real 40 or the simulated persona you created. So shoot me, 45. It won't harm anyone. Leva falls silent. Her finger is in contact with the trigger, but her neural cloud is processing at lightning speed. Does she really need to kill the MP40 in front of her? Does she have to recreate that? Crack. The ground below Leva's feet suddenly shifts. Even the sky and sea begin to shudder. Something seems to break amidst the violent shaking. A hole in space suddenly appears on the coastline, and someone excuse me. Someone suddenly jumps through it, running toward Leva. Leva, don't do it. Lena almost trips over her own feet as she reaches Leva and pushes the gun down. Don't kill 40. I saw everything on the way here. I saw your past, everything you and 40 went through. I saw it all, both the good and the bad. Leva, there's got to be another way to break the seal. Don't choose to take everything on yourself again. I don't want you to have to go through what you did back then. After a brief silence, Leva shakes her head helplessly before wiping away the tears on Lena's face. Then she stuffs the gun into Lena's hand. Say, why don't you take out the mag and look at it? Huh? Lena stares dumbly at Leva for a moment. A moment later, she removes the magazine, which is completely empty. Eh? But why? It should be full. Yeah, well, it was. Leva chuckles as she looks at the stunned Lena and the confused MP40. But, you see, I ran out of bullets after we fought. And I thought things through carefully. Leva smiles and taps the barrel of the gun. The dazed and confused 45 is now grown up into Leva. I'm not going to meekly accept my fate of killing 40 again like I did back then. Now, I'm going to make my own choices. I never wanted to kill you, 40. That had nothing to do with the fact that you were 40, or because of my past. It's simply because I chose not to. I believed that killing 40 wasn't the only way to get out of this neural space's seal. So I just decided to make the remaining bullets disappear. I mean, this is my neural space, so doing that was a piece of cake for me. After all, it would be so terribly tragic if there was a misfire and the events of the past played out again. Seeing so, Leva makes a finger gun with her right hand and makes a pew-pew gesture at MP40's forehead. You see? Lena's here, which means the seal can be broken from the outside. So it turns out that rather than a dilemma where someone has to die, there's actually a happy ending, which doesn't sacrifice anyone. Isn't that right? That being the case, you don't need to be such a drama queen. Goodness, what will I do with you? MP40 laughs as well. Seems the 9, who was always tagging along behind her big sister, has grown up into 45's capable assistant. I guess I can let you leave with peace of mind after all. Something invisible seems to have broken in the sky. The sunlight, the seaside, the beach. Everything before her eyes is shattering and fading away. MP40 looks at the two of them and smiles. In that case, goodbye, 45. Goodbye, 40. Keep watching me. Watch me and watch how we've changed. Yep. And if we get to meet again, call me Leva. One last old side mission. Ah. Normally, I would say this probably hits much harder for the people that played the first game and went through those events. Because I didn't get very far in the story of the first game, mainly because I couldn't read it. However, unfortunately, I do know what happened to that part of the game from videos talking about it. So I'm not excluded from that. Yeah, I knew it was coming. As Leva leaves the mirror with Lena's hand in hers, all the mirrors in the cabin instantly shatter into fragments. What a lovely pair of sisters you are. I can't believe you broke the seal together. I just wanted to poke Lena and have her feel the pain of you killing 40 again. But unfortunately, there's no point to that now. I guess I'm a failure of a virus after all. For a moment, UMP-40 hangs her head in dejection, but then she perks up again almost immediately. Still, that's fine. That girl from the same source as me is still around, and as long as she keeps evolving, she'll be able to rewrite Leva's neural cloud all the same. So you better kill me and reset the data sooner rather than later. Otherwise, there's no telling when Paraplui will eat away at your neural cloud. 40. Do you really want us to kill you so badly? Oh, please. I'm the super dangerous Paraplui virus that sealed you up, completely bamboozled Lena, and tried to overwrite your neural cloud. Don't either of you have a single iota of self-preservation? You should be resetting me or just killing me on the spot, no? Should we? I don't think your seal was particularly dangerous. That sweet dream you made for me prevented my neural cloud core from being affected by Paraplui or the redundant data. In addition, the shutdown caused by the seal you put on me brought the matter to the attention of the outside world. That's hardly the purpose of the Paraplui virus. I didn't think you'd have this much trust in me. Looks like Operation Seduce Leva was super effective. Unfortunately, I only did that to remove outside distractions to make it easier to rewrite your neural cloud. But you didn't even try to rewrite Leva's neural cloud, did you? Excuse me. Also, you were helping me understand Leva all this while, and you helped me get rid of the redundant data, too. Yeah. Very burpy. Huh? Did you forget who pushed you off that cliff? I suppose that happened, but the abyss at the bottom of the cliff led to the sea. I didn't fall into level 3 or anything. Huh. That was just because the neural space was unstable. It's not like I was intentionally sparing you. She's just being tsundere. Okay. But if you hadn't told me where Leva was sealed, I wouldn't have been able to find Leva and break the seal either. These sisters really are stubborn. You're the stubborn one, aren't you, UMP-40? From the moment you sealed me in level 3, you've been playing the part of what you see as a villain. Just because you heard about a one-and-done solution from Persica, you went off and put on a bad guy act. No, you tried to bait Lena and me into becoming the bad guys to facilitate your martyr complex. Yes, it was a really good dream you made. I actually lost myself in it for a bit. In the end, I still woke up. I did so because I knew that I needed to be fully awake and conscious for both the sake of the past and the future. 40, you forgot the most important thing. I'm no longer the person I used to be. If you're sitting there all smug because of that dream you wove and because of that plan you thought was this ideal solution, then I have to say that the ending you wrote for yourself is complete, utter crap. For a moment, it looks like Leva's gotten through to UMP-40. However, she soon regains her defined attitude. Leva wants to keep going on, but then the cabin suddenly shakes. What's going on? Lena looks outside and she nervously tugs on Leva's arm. This is bad, Leva. Those robots are outside and they're surrounding the cabin. Oh, look. My little sister is here to help. Looks like she's preparing to absorb the final data source. I suggest you leave ASAP if you don't want to get eaten up. Leva shakes her head helplessly as she notes the look of relief on UMP-40's face. What about you, UMP-40? Are you really content to let her eat you up? That's my purpose. Why should I not be content with it? Have you forgotten what we talked about in my level 3? You said that you wanted the strength to help me out and to be a secret collaborator for me. You also said that you were mine alone, that you were 40's irreplaceable persona. You left a really deep impression on me the day you entered my level 2. As I recall, you used my visual modules and viewed the world all day long. You refused to let me close my eyes even though it was well past midnight and everyone in 4-4 had gone to bed. Even the darkest night has all sorts of interesting lights in it if you look hard enough. I remember that was what you said. Back then, you hated level 3 and its darkness so badly, yet now you want to die and go back to that pitch-black world. Is there even a point to bringing all this up now? I don't think... Explosion. The sudden explosion cuts Leva off halfway. More and more explosions follow, and the little house of mirrors shakes harder and harder. I can barely keep my footing, and those robots are closing in. However, Leva's attention remains focused on UMP-40. She could not be any calmer if she tried. I don't believe that there's no way to deal with the Paraplui virus, just like how we managed to undo your seal without having to kill you. I don't want to listen to this. Can't you just leave me here in peace? Oh, so you like peace, 40? Then why'd you keep trying to chat me up every time I return to my neural space? Because being alone is so boring. Also, that was then. This is now. Well, the roof's coming down. Leva, 40, let's get out of here or we're gonna end up squished. We go together. I'm not leaving until I bring 40 around. Leva holds a hand out to UMP-40, a determined expression on her face. Ew. Leva, look out! As Lena calls out, the cabin's ceiling beams crack and break, collapsing down on the two of them. On seeing Leva's about to be crushed, UMP-40 throws herself at Leva. However, Lena is a split second faster, shoving the falling debris aside. Seizing the opening, Leva reaches out and grabs UMP-40, slings her onto her back, and sprints for the exit. Eh? I knew you'd protect me, 40. So this time, I'll protect you. Wait, put me down. Lena, let's go. Leva runs out of the cabin with UMP-40 on her back. Right after they rush out, the small mirror cabin collapses with a loud crash. Wow, that was close. Good thing we got out of there. 40, Leva, how are you guys? I'm fine. Leva smiles and puts down the squirming UMP-40. The moment the UMP-40's feet hit the ground, she immediately backs several steps away, making space between herself and Lena and Leva. Don't be so quick to get mad or celebrate. We've got a bigger problem ahead of us. Saying so, Leva smiles and points in front of them. Lena turns to look and exclaims in shock. What the heck is that? A black shadow is skimming across the ground towards them, not far from where the cabin used to be. Long curled locks flutter in the wind as the sharp spikes on the hems of a dress score deep gouges on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the black figure has closed the distance to the three of them. It is then that Lena recognizes the speedy shadow. It is none other than the mysterious girl from before. However, not only has the girl gotten bigger, the look on her face has changed too. Her golden eyes are filled with madness, and she is glaring at the three of them, in particular UMP-40, who's standing off to the side. Yeah, you can insert your little girl giggles, I ain't doing that. I've been waiting so long for this, and I'm hungry, so hungry. All of you will be delicious nutrients for me. I'm gonna eat you all up. Nom nom nom. The girl giggles as she approaches the trio. Leva, 40, look out. Lena doesn't wait for the girl to get close before opening fire on her, but the bullets simply bounce off her. On the contrary, the girl passes between Lena and Leva like a phantom and appears in front of UMP-40 with a whoosh. I've missed you so much, big sis. UMP-40 scrambles back, but the girl already has a firm grip on UMP-40's arm. The girl's pale face, filled with longing, splits open savagely as she smiles in an innocent yet horrifying way. I caught you. Come and play with me, big sis. Become a real part of the family. We'll rip them to pieces together. UMP-40 reflexively tries to struggle free, but the girl's surprisingly strong. She doesn't give UMP-40 a chance to struggle or speak. In an instant, her hair transforms into long vines that entangle UMP-40 and drag her off into the distance. 40. Leva moves quickly as she sees UMP-40 being taken. Lena immediately begins shooting at the girl, too. However, the girl seems to be prepared for this, as a horde of robots rush in from behind her, surrounding Leva and Lena. This is bad. She's getting away. Take these bots out first. The vines coiling around her suddenly give way, and the UMP-40 hits the ground hard. Oof. UMP-40 struggles to rise from the dusty ground, but then she freezes up. Countless data fragments are floating in the jet-black sky. They swirl and gather, twisting high in the air like a cyclone. But after being drawn in and up, the countless fragments rain down again, their blackness shrouding the sky. It is as though someone had opened a gigantic umbrella in Leva's neural cloud. What is this? This is our home, of course. The girl hops and skips over to UMP-40, pushing her face against UMP-40's again. This is Parapluie's home. You and I are the children of Parapluie. Parapluie's kids will all grow up here. UMP-40 falls silent. After realizing she's not getting the answer she wants, the girl grabs UMP-40's hand again. Sis, we are all kids of Parapluie. So stay here. Stay with me. We can grow up together and live here together. Stay and keep me company, okay? The girl tugs on UMP-40's hand with childish playfulness. Although she's fought her several times before, for some reason UMP-40 can feel a sense of actual kindness here, as though they're really the same. She can't help but look hard at the girl. Why do you look different? Because I'm growing. I'll become more and more awesome as time goes by. What happens if I stay behind to keep you company? Then we'll eat the two of them and become bigger and better. This place, this whole amusement park, it'll become our home. We can play together forever here. Then, what about the people who get eaten up? Eating them means eating them all up, turning them into bits and pieces. I'm so hungry, big sis. Come with me. We'll eat the two of them. A hungry and longing look enters the girl's eyes again, as though she's been struck by UMP-40's words. I'm hungry, so hungry. I want to eat them. I want to eat more, so much more. The girl gazes into the distance. Her hair flutters in the constant wind, and her canines begin to reveal themselves. Just then, UMP-40 is reminded of how the girl's entire head had transformed to look like a Venus flytrap earlier. Would Leva end up like that if she were consumed by the Parapluie virus? Yeah. UMP-40 doesn't say anything, just secretly clenches her fists. On the edge of the data storm, Leva and Lena are fighting off the robots that are surrounding them. Although the number of robots is decreasing, Leva is starting to get more and more frustrated. These data fragments are everywhere. I can't tell where 40 is. At this rate, 40 is going to be consumed by the Parapluie virus. Lena seems to sense Leva's uneasiness. After driving off the nearby robots with gunshots, she takes the opportunity to approach Leva. Leva, I have a way to find 40. Lena takes the emitter out of her pocket and presses the button. A red beam suddenly lights up in the dark, gloomy sky and traces a narrow path into the distance. Ha! What a surprise. Is this one of Persica's little toys? I'll need to thank her after we get out of here. Yep. Leva, this way. I'll cover you. Under the jet-black umbrella, the girl continues tugging on UMP-40's arm. Sis, I'm so hungry. Let's go get them. I can smell them right now. I can't eat them all, not by myself, but together we can tear them to itty-bitty pieces and eat them all up. UMP-40 seems to have made up her mind at last. She slowly pulls her hand away and slowly shakes her head at the girl. I'm sorry. Perhaps we're sisters in the truest sense, but I can't stay with you. But why? The girl seems thoroughly confused by the rejection and clings tightly to UMP-40. However, UMP-40's only response is a faint smile. Although everything before her is darkness, she's looking at a place that's far, far away. Perhaps it's just level 3, or perhaps it's that azure expanse of ocean. It's a place where someone once made a promise to her. No, perhaps the promise was made with someone else, not her. Still, it's enough. For the sake of that promise, she will pay any price to eradicate the threat of the Paraplui virus once and for all. Because I am not, and have never been, your sister. And there's no way I'll let you eat anyone up. UMP-40 punctuates her declaration with a burst of gunfire. Even though data from the same source can't inflict fatal wounds to the girl, she can buy time for Leva by slowing the girl down. Aha, big sis, why are you... The girl's expression turns feral as she is suddenly attacked. In an instant, her curly hair and the spikes on her dress all stab toward UMP-40. UMP-40 stumbles out of the way, but the girl glares angrily at her before directing the robots around her to surround UMP-40. I hate you. I hate you. This place is Paraplui's home. If you're not a child of Paraplui, then you can die. And with that, the girl angrily waves her hands before turning to leave. An endless horde of robots swarm UMP-40. As she drowns under the despairing tide, the UMP-40 slowly stops being able to see or hear anything. Her body is so heavy that it feels unreal. Perhaps she'll become myriad data fragments that will join the rest of the shards in the air, melding with that huge umbrella in the sky. I'm sorry. I guess I failed after all. Still, this is good. Now Leva won't have a reason to refuse the data reset anymore, right? Leva will be completely safe once the reset is done. As that thought fills her mind, UMP-40 slowly closes her eyes. She knows the big umbrella in the sky isn't a distant thing anymore, and she surrenders herself to the darkness around her with a sigh of relief. In the darkness, she imagines she can hear the girls giggling again. However, the laughter is soon interrupted by the sound of gunfire. A bright light clears the storm away and banishes the darkness around her. 40! We're here to help! 40! UMP-40's eyes snap open. A little point of intense light shines through the furious storm. Behind it, Leva and Lena are forcing their way in, guns blazing. Leva, over here! Nope. With Lena covering her, Leva guns down all the robots in her way. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Okay. Cheesy one-liner. And bye-bye to the ones on this side, too. Leva, I can see 40. She's over there. 40. In the distance, Lena waves to UMP-40 while gesturing for Leva to approach at the same time. Why are you doing this? UMP-40 goes stiff. She can't stop herself from yelling at Lena and Leva. Lena, stay back. The Paraplui virus is out of control. If you stay here, it'll devour your neural clouds. However, Lena and Leva ignore UMP-40. Instead, they continue shooting and advancing. We're almost there, 40. Just hang on. Soon the light of their muzzle flashes illuminates the ground in front of UMP-40. Leva and Lena finally break through the swarm of robots and run over to UMP-40. Two of them are covered in wounds from the fighting up till now. Lena lays down covering fire for Leva as the latter reaches a hand out to UMP-40. Won't you come with us? Lena and I won't be able to last for long if you keep dragging your feet. What? Why? Why are you doing this? As she looks into Leva's resolute gaze, UMP-40 bursts into tears. Why won't you and Lena just give up on me, even after everything that's happened? All you had to do was just leave me here and delete me along with the rest of the virus. It would have solved all your problems. Wouldn't that be better for everyone? You could have finished this just by leaving me behind. I was never meant to exist in the first place. I'm just a ghost who stole the identity of UMP-40. So why are you treating me like this? Why can't you just put an end to everything? Hearing that just pisses me off. Before Leva can reply, Lena's already shouting so loudly that her voice carries over the gunfire. Isn't it obvious, 40? We're not giving up on you because we're family. Even if you're a ghost, you've spent 10 years with us. That makes us family. We're family? Yup. Leva walks up to UMP-40. Her hand curls up into a fist and she bumps it against the virtual 40's palm. We aren't just roomies, you know. We're friends, family, sisters even. Maybe UMP-40 isn't the best name for you, but we're still sisters in name and in fate, so I will never ever give up on you. Now, it's time to go home, so let's go. Once again, Leva grabs UMP-40's hand. Lena is clearing away the enemies in front of them. Tears stream down UMP-40's cheeks. This time, she finally takes the hand that's offered to her. Yes. Leva. Leva, 40, over here. Under Lena's cover, the three of them barely managed to escape the storm of robots and managed to find a relatively safe space in the neural space. Once Leva lets go, the MP-40 slumps powerlessly to the ground before curling up into a sobbing ball. After patting MP-40's head, Leva sits down beside her. 40. You know, while I did treat you like MP-40 at first, I found myself depending on you. After all these years, you're not a substitute 40 anymore. Right now, to me, you're someone in my neurocloud who's always kept me company, cared for me, someone who's very precious to me. No matter how convenient resetting my OGS system would be, I can't accept it if the price for that is sacrificing you. After I lost UMP-40, I promised myself that I would never give up on my friends. Leva. So please don't give up on yourself either, okay? Leva squeezes UMP-40's hand. And besides, you never really wanted to die, did you? Leva points to the surrounding area. While it's in ruins now, they can still make out the multicolored amusement park grounds. You've always wanted to visit a real amusement park, haven't you, 40? All these colorful fairground attractions popped up because of your wish. You've always wanted to see all those things you saw on the net in reality, and experience all those fun things I told you about. But if you die here, these wishes will never come true. Yep, you totally want to live, don't you, 40? Like you said, even a doll has a reason to live for her own sake. Sure, I'm mad you tricked me earlier, but I also want you to live on. After all, you've been with Leva for so many years that I don't want you to disappear just like that. In fact, I'd like it if you could join us in the real world, too. Also, you kept saying you were under the control of Paraplui, but all the stuff you did to protect Leva was done out of your own will. If you got a wish like that, it means you've surpassed your instincts and nature as a virus. So if you've worked that hard, Leva and I just can't ignore you either. As she takes in the determined expressions on Leva's and Lena's faces, UMP-40 smiles sadly again. Yeah, of course. Of course I want to live. And I want to fight by your side and experience all kinds of fun things, too. But the Paraplui virus is a huge ticking time bomb. I'm sure you've both seen it, too. As long as I exist, that bomb might go off at any time. When that happens, everyone around me might get hurt. Just like 10 years ago. And I don't want to see that kind of thing happen again. Sorry, my back is a little stiff. MP-40 hangs her head in sorrow. Is that why you decided to sacrifice yourself? Yeah. Persica was right. The best way is to just reset your OGS system and delete my data. That would permanently remove any risk the virus might pose to you. But you knew I wouldn't accept that. And that's why I tried to take advantage of your neural cloud being damaged to manipulate Lena into doing it. But not only did it not work, I got the two of you hurt again. I'm sorry. MP-40's head droops even lower. Actually, I should be apologizing to you. Leva smiles apologetically. She walks up to UMP-40 and gently places a hand on her head. Things got as hard for you as they did because I've always been relying on you. They forced you to make this decision and take everything onto your own shoulders. So I'm sorry, 40. It was my fault for not realizing this had been bothering you all this time. But please believe me when I say I'll find some other way for you and me to keep living on. Leva's words make UMP 40 raise her head. There's a hint of sadness in the way she looks at the two of them, not quite believing what she's hearing. Really? Is there a way to do that? I'm sure there is. Leva tightens her grip on UMP 40's shoulders. I'll find a way, no matter what it is, even if it's only for a minute. As long as you trust me and don't give up, we'll find a way to make that minute count. Yep, Leva's right. I'll help out too. I'll make sure you and Leva make it out of this all right. UMP 40's tears start flowing again. I'm sorry, Lena. Thank you. No need to thank us. We're family after all. Yep, right now the most important thing is to deal with that big problem ahead of us. Leva gets to her feet and looks into the distance. In the wilderness, a black figure is slowly taking shape inside the data storm. Looks like that shrimp has almost finished condensing all the Paraplui virus data. What should we do, Leva? Should we go scout things out? Hang on. Maybe you could ask Priska for her opinion. Or, yeah. UMP 40 scratches her head with an embarrassed look on her face. Sorry about that. Lena couldn't contact Priska for help because I cut off the signal. But I promise I won't ever do it again from now on. I'm sure you'll get through this time. Yep, I'll go ask Priska. It hits the call button, then a transmission goes through immediately. Yo, are you all there? 42? Didn't get through at all. Thought you'd all been rewritten by Paraplui. Persica, I'm sorry. We'll talk about 40 later. Persica, we need your help with something. I bet you do. Let me guess, you're gonna deal with the Paraplui virus? Yep. So what's the situation now? I'm picking up dramatic changes in the new persona spawned by the virus. What happened to her? Is the viral data starting to fuse together? She seems to have absorbed all the junk data. We're concerned about approaching because it might affect 40's data too. Yeah, if we let her go on like this, Leva and 40's neural clouds might get overwritten, right? How should we deal with her? Got any ideas? Let me think. Actually, looking at this data gave me an idea, but I'll need a volunteer to do an experiment. Prisca glances meaningfully at UMP 40. Huh? What do you want from me, Persica? The hurricane rages across the plains. UMP 40 weaves between the wandering robots as she heads straight for the eye of the storm. Countless robots follow in her wake, but Lena and Leva take them out one by one. Persica, is this close enough? No, get closer. UMP 40 continues running ahead, while Leva and Lena keep pace behind her. Is this really okay? Any further and 40 might get sucked up by that big umbrella. Even if you're trying to communicate with that girl, this is too dangerous. Given the present situation, there's no option that's too risky. And besides, 40 still has us. If she runs into any problems, we'll help 40 take care of it. Yep, got it. Fortunately, Lena's fears do not come to pass. Perhaps it's because it's almost done absorbing data, but the hurricane suction is much weaker than before, and the UMP 40 doesn't get sucked in even when she runs toward it. With Lena and Leva covering her, UMP 40 soon breaks through the cordon of the remaining robots and reaches the base of the hurricane. Countless data fragments are coming together in the gray sky. Between them, a huge, creepy dark shadow is taking form. It seems to be the girl from before, but it seems somewhat different. UMP 40 raises her hands and waves frantically towards it. Oi! Hey! The shadow in the sky shifts, as though in response to UMP 40's voice. Don't you want to be with me? So come with me. UMP 40 points at herself and at the shadow. I can keep you company. We can be together. The floating shadow remains silent. Hello? Do you hear me? UMP 40 starts waving her hands frantically again to get the shadow's attention. This time, the shadow finally seems to get UMP-40's meaning, because it slowly approaches UMP-40. Big sis, have you finally come to your senses? Yeah, we can... However, the shadow suddenly raises her hand and chops it down toward UMP-40. Look out! Ah! A creepy robot rushes toward UMP-40 from beside the shadow. UMP-40 frantically tries to roll away and counterattack, but another robot is already hot on her heels. Kinda vicious, aren't we? UMP-40 opens fire and eliminates it. However, it's followed by another and another and yet another. More and more robots come into existence beside the shadowy figure, and at her command they surround and attack UMP-40. However, unlike how they couldn't do any real damage to each other before, UMP-40 can distinctly feel the impact from their data this time. What's going on? Weren't the attacks from before? Ugh. UMP-40 stumbles, unable to avoid the robot's attacks. This is fun! This is fun! The shadow floating in the air giggles as she watches UMP-40 scurry around below her. Do you like it? I prepared this treat just for you, my ex-sister. Unfortunately, you rejected my invitation. That means you can join them in my belly as food. Huge black spikes of data fall from the sky, plunging toward UMP-40 as the robots attack her. Oof. UMP-40 barely manages to evade the spikes, but then the robots attack her again. 40. Priska, how much longer? Hang on, I'm still analyzing her. Leva, Lena, stop supporting her and back off. Let 40 handle this by herself. 40, keep drawing the girl's attention. But isn't that really dangerous? Got it. UMP-40 fires her gun as she engages the attacking robots by herself. But just as UMP-40 clears away the enemies around her, more and more robots fall out of the sky. While she's still shooting, UMP-40 is starting to look visibly worn out as the robots continue attacking her from all sides. There are several times when they just barely miss her. 40. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Lena watches nervously from the side, and she almost makes a move when UMP-40 is nearly struck. However, Persica yells at her. Lena, stay back. But, 40, Persica, what are you doing? How much longer do we have to wait? Persica doesn't answer. She only studies the screen intently while typing rapidly. It's okay. I can still hold out. UMP-40 manages to smile cheerfully at Leva from inside the pack of robots. So relax, Leva. Just think of yourself as my guardian angel this time around. Trust me, the battle will be over soon. Ugh. 40. While the rational part of her knows Persica must have some reason for doing all this, Leva finds herself subconsciously taking a step forward anyway as she keeps her eyes trained on UMP-40's form. Leva's hands curl up into fists as she watches 40's petite shape rolling, shooting, and ducking through an endless horde of enemies. Was this how 40 felt in the past whenever she watched her fight? All she could do was wait outside the battlefield and watch. Any support she could give was limited to Leva's neural cloud, but a real battlefield is a truly dangerous place. 40. If we get through this, I promise that next time we're going to truly fight side by side in reality. After who knows how long, Persica finally speaks over the comm channel again. Right, I finally figured it out. 40, you can fall back now. No, Lena, Leva, you guys move in and help 40. What? Eh? While she's still confused about what's going on, Lena has already rushed in. Leva follows closely behind her and helps to support UMP-40. The surrounding robots are swiftly cleared away once the three of them counterattack together. Now that she has some breathing room at last, UMP-40 asks Persica a question. Thanks. So, what exactly was going on back there, Persica? Oh, it's the Parapluia virus's binary mechanism. Leva and the 40's actions ended up activating the Parapluia virus binary mechanism. Binary mechanism? What's that? Simply put, the Parapluia virus is a hidden base layer mechanism. The baseline command for the Parapluia virus is to rewrite the host neural cloud. If the rewrite isn't successful, the virus's command will keep running. In other words, if the previous batch of instructions terminates unexpectedly, the Parapluia virus will issue a new command to replace the old one. The previous batch? Are you talking about 40? Yep. The UMP-40 discovered in Leva's level 3 was the initial virtual persona generated by the virus. This persona was supposed to overwrite Leva's neural cloud, but it unexpectedly ended up inheriting 40's personality, and its mission became to protect Leva. Therefore, the neural rewrite was temporarily halted, and Leva could coexist with this virtual persona. However, after Leva was attacked and her neural cloud was damaged, the access redundant data generated a second virtual persona from the Paraplui virus. In other words, that girl. Thanks to the characteristics of the Paraplui virus, the rewrite order triggered again and the extra data began affecting Leva's neural cloud. And so 40 sealed my core away to protect my neural cloud. Yep, that's right. Given the changes in that persona's data, both the girl and 40 started out as similar forms of data that originated from the Paraplui virus, which left both sides unable to attack each other. Naturally, she treated 40 as a friend and instinctively tried to get close to her. No wonder she kept trying to talk to 40. She didn't seem to be treating 40 as one of her own just now. Was that because of the binary mechanism? That's right. Once the accumulated Paraplui virus data reached a certain level, the girl's latest spawn instance replaced the previous 40 in the command hierarchy. She then received new orders and proceeded with the viral rewriting task. Meanwhile, 40 is left over from the previous batch of instructions was no longer classified as part of Paraplui and became junk code. Thanks to this binary mechanism, the UMP-40 persona is no longer considered part of the virus. That's why the girl's attacks on 40 were effective, and it's why 40 is now free. I'm free? That's right. Normally, dolls infected by the Paraplui virus are quickly overwritten, and their neural clouds either burn out or fall under the control of Paraplui. However, the fact that both 40 and Leva were resistant to the virus's rewriting was what finally triggered this obscure hidden mechanism. In any case, all this was thanks to your efforts. Well, they do say that so-called miracles are the result of accumulated hard work. Is that what you meant, Persica? Perhaps. Persica pauses and smiles faintly before looking toward the MP-40. However, the most important thing is that I need to congratulate you, 40. Since your designation as part of the Paraplui virus was removed, and you are now considered junk code, I managed to extract all of your data that was originally entangled with that girl while she was attacking you. Persica, does that mean... It means that from now on, you're no longer part of the Paraplui virus. Eh? Wait, really? Then does that mean 40 and Leva are... Yep, that's exactly what you think. Once you get rid of that bratty persona, the parts of Leva's neural cloud taken over by the Paraplui virus will be completely cleansed. In other words, we can solve Leva's and 40's issues without having to reset her August system. Ah, 40, look out. You shouldn't be spacing out on the battlefield even if you hear good news. Wait a minute, so I don't have to die? Is that right? MP-40 is still shooting, but her tears don't stop flowing. Leva slides into place beside her and sees off the enemies in front of her. That's right, 40. But first we have to deal with these annoying pests. Yep, that's right. From now on, we can't let that girl mess Leva's neural cloud up any further. Leva, 40, let's go. Red Suggle. Now I actually get, like, a boss design. Ava, will we really be able to see the ocean when we reach the outside world? Sure we will. However, we have to deal with this problem first. Yeah, you know, the one that's just hovering there while we're talking idly. Yep. Okay. I'm sure this will be solved quickly, because low level. I love how she still just is called Mysterious Girl instead of just, like, they could have just said Paraplui virus. An odd choice, but alright. Maybe there is some mysterious meaning behind that. Yeah. The huge, sinister shadow shudders under the trio's combined attacks. In the end, it swiftly crumbles into myriad small fragments that rain down on the neural space. As the rain of fragments falls, a creepy and savage form returns to its original form. The girl looks at UMP-40 and lunged at her with fangs and claws bared. Ah, why? Baddies, I hate you all. I want to live. I want to... Before she can finish speaking, the girl's body completely disintegrates into data fragments. They sparkle like mirrors before transforming into thousands of butterflies that flit lightly through the air. UMP-40 nimbly reaches out and touches the butterfly like fragments. They feel cool. It's like touching the lingering remnants of a storm that has spent itself, or someone's tears. Alright, congratulations are in order now, 40. The problem that's been bothering you and Leva for so long has been solved once and for all. Her Oga's system doesn't need to be reset. I'll do the final cleanup in a bit and get rid of the remaining parapluie-virus data in Leva's neural cloud. This might cause your neural cloud signal to vanish for a bit, but once it's done, you can exist as an independent neural cloud and continue living with the others, provided you're all alright with it, of course. MP40 stares dumbly at the communications screen. She opens her mouth as though she's about to speak, but nothing comes out. Oh, you haven't realized it yet? 40, I finished marking your data. What I'm saying is that the problem of the parapluie virus has been completely resolved, and there's no need to reset Leva's Oga's system. Also, if you're willing, I can extract you from Leva's neural cloud and give you your own body so you can live independently as a doll. So, are you willing to accept, 40? 40? I am. Of course I'm willing to go through with it. MP40 raises a hand, trying to wipe away the tears that won't stop falling. Sniffle. I've always wanted a frame and a name of my own. I wanted to live like a real independent doll, to fight by everyone's side, to go to amusement parks and experience all the things I've longed to try for so long in this neural space. But I never thought that a day like this would really come around. Not once. Leva, can I really do this? MP40 tugs on Leva's hands. You made me in the past and gave me the identity of MP40's ghost. But after I leave your neural cloud and get my own frame, I won't ever be the MP40 of the past, right? And I won't be able to share support with you from inside your neural cloud like before. Will it really be okay for me to exist like that? As a real me, and not as a substitute for MP40? Is it really alright for someone like me to live in the real world? Of course it is. Eva smiles faintly. The truth is, I've probably been looking forward to this day more than you have. 40. Both you and the real MP40 are irreplaceable to me. And I don't want to lose any more of my friends. Well, I already said goodbye to MP40 in that beautiful dream just now. I hope that going forward you'll continue to travel with me. As yourself, and not as UMP40. Eva. UMP40 presses her hands tightly over her eyes. Data fragments fall from the sky, gathering on the ground like drops of rain from a great storm. Then they slowly come together into the digital ocean of the clearest blue, its azure waves lapping around Leva's and UMP40's feet. Looks like all the redundant data has been completely fragmented. I could fire up the clearing program now. As Persica hits the enter key, UMP40's body starts turning transparent. 40, in a while you'll say, Miss Persica, since everything on that side is pretty much wrapped up, I have a few questions for you. Could you start by taking a look at the report I just sent? Okay, fine. I'll be hanging up now. See you later. Okay. The transmission ends and the air goes quiet again. As UMP40 turns more and more transparent, she looks at Lena and Leva and smiles. I didn't expect that I'd really get a chance to start a new life like this. This is wonderful. We can fight side by side from now on, 40. Hmm? As she looks at the sobbing pair, Leva pinches her forehead in resignation. Surely a touching moment like this would be better marked with smiles, don't you think? Why don't we come up with a new name for 40? After all, you'll have to live on as your own person from now on. I suggest getting Lena and her superb naming sense to come up with it. Sure, I'm down with that. Lena picked your name of Leva, and it sounds great. Eh? Really? You want me to choose your name? I mean, both the past 40 and the present 40 are really important to Leva, so is it really appropriate for me to do it? Oh, I don't think it's inappropriate at all. Leva gently knuckles Lena's forehead. When I almost lost myself in that sweet dream, it was the name Leva that brought me to my senses and told me that I was no longer UMP-45, stewing in my past. The name Leva is a precious gift from you, Lena. I want you to give the same gift to 40. Leva? Lena's tears fall unbidden as she gazes at Leva's smile. Was I really that important to you, Leva? Of course, you little dumbcough. You've always been my precious little sister who's been supporting me all these years, after all. Leva sobs. Lena throws herself into Leva's embrace. UMP-40 draws closer too as she wipes her tears away. When you're like this, it makes me want to cry too. Laney. Eh? Lena looks up from Leva's chest. She wipes her tears away and looks intently at UMP-40. How about calling you Laney from now on? Laney means torch, or bright shining light. That's because I hope you'll continue to light our way forward like a torch from now on, 40. But more importantly, it sounds like Leva and Lena, so that way we'll be like a real family. Laney. UMP-40, or rather, Laney's voice trails off, because her eyes are brimming with tears again. She smiles, nodding vigorously at Lena. As the three of them smile through their tears, they embrace each other tightly by the side of the Azure Sea until Laney completely fades away. Yeah. And the last story segment. I heard Leva's neural cloud was damaged after that encounter with the mysterious doll in that underground lab. How's she doing now? You heard about it too, Commander? Lena smiles and gives me a practiced nod. Don't worry, the matter's been settled. She's getting her new frame debugged over at Leibniz's place. Leva said she yes to changing her frame? Yes, she did. If you're interested, why not head down and see for yourself? Lena puts me through to Leibniz. Leibniz is in a lab where she's tightening a bolt for Leva, who's inside a maintenance capsule. Alien, what brings you here out of nowhere? Leibniz, the commander was concerned about Leva. Could you put her through? Sure thing. Leibniz turns the communication screen to Leva. She looks at me and waves with a smile. Yo, Commander. It's been a while. How does my new frame look? Leva rotates her arm, and Lena frantically pushes it down from beside her. Hey, Leva, don't make any big movements. The debugging isn't done yet. Still, your new frame looks really cool. What do you think, Commander? It definitely looks more stylish than before. As I run my eyes over Leva's new frame, I notice something in the distance, far behind the maintenance capsule. Excuse me. Just like practically choking myself here. And I just ran out of water. Thankfully, we're almost done. I noticed something in the distance, far behind the maintenance capsule. A doll who looks very much like Leva is standing there, talking to Persica. For some reason, she seems a little familiar. The doll seems to have realized that I'm looking at her, because she's sitting in front of the screen and waving merrily at me. Hi, Commander. It's been a while. No, that's not right. I think this is our first time meeting in real life. First time? In real life? Oh, you must be... Allow me to introduce her. This is Lainey. She's been living in Leva's neurocloud until a couple of days ago, when she was separated from Leva by Persico. So that was you. It really has been a while. How does it feel to have a body of your own? I feel so happy being able to meet everyone in real life. Unfortunately, I'll have to say goodbye to everyone and go back to the lab with Persico. So soon. Yep, I'll be bringing Lainey back to the lab. Persico strolls over with a coffee in hand. I didn't even want to come all the way over here to pick her up, but then Dandelion went on about how we couldn't let an Ogus system doll run around unsupervised. Still, speaking of Dandelion, she's been contacting the Elmo pretty frequently as of late, hasn't she? Say, would you be interested in taking Lainey in? You've got Dandelion keeping an eye on the Elmo, so why not let her stay there for a bit once her neural cloud and frame stabilize? Huh? Can I do that? I saw all kinds of things about you when I was in Leva's neural cloud. I'd love to visit the Elmo if I got the chance. Oh, if you're going to visit the Elmo, then I want to go too. Leva can come along as well, right? That way we three sisters can all be together again. If I go as well, won't our poor Colin been stuck at all the work, stuck doing all the work by herself? Oh yeah, and I guess that's a no-go. But I don't want to be separated from Leva or Lainey or Colleen or the commander. Can't we all just stay together forever? Well, we'll be meeting up in Lviv soon enough. That'll solve most of your problems, won't it, Lena? Still, sending Lainey over to the Elmo is quite an interesting idea. What do you think, Commander? You're almost welcome to come to the Elmo. That includes you too, Colleen. Of course, it'll probably have to wait until matters in Lviv are taken care of. When the time comes, why don't you join us too, Persica? Please, no. It's not like I haven't been there before, and I'm not interested in painting a target on myself as I wander the countryside. Lainey can go by herself. It's a deal, then. See you on the Elmo, Commander. Some time later. After the last of the kinks are finally worked out of Leva's new frame, Leibniz gets to her feet. Right. It should be fine now. You just need to get used to how it handles in field conditions. What do you think, Miss Persica? Looks alright on my end, too. Persica nods, and turns to look at Lainey. Alright, let's go then, Lainey. Yeah? We're leaving already? Lena tugs somewhat reluctantly at Lainey's hand. Lainey smiles and rubs Lena's head. Aw, it's not like we'll never see each other again. I'm just going to Persica's lab for observation. You can just call me anytime if you miss me. Yep. Leva walks over and pats Lena as well. And besides, we'll all be seeing each other again on the Elmo. Alright, then you have to make sure you keep in touch with Leva and me often, okay? I will. Alright then, Leva, I'll be off now. After waving happily to them, Lainey heads outside with Persica, with Leibniz trailing behind the latter. Miss Persica, when will you be coming again? I've got a lot of reports here on 3rd Gen neural cloud research. There were a few things I need to ask you about. Reports, you say? Didn't you send them to me a while back? I sure did. Have a look. Leibniz holds her terminal high as she leaves the room. Lena waves nonstop at Lainey. Bathed in the bright sunlight, Lainey shrinks into the distance. And just before she completely disappears from Leva's view, her tiny silhouette suddenly turns back and waves to Leva. Leva raises her hand too and waves to Lainey in the distance. The sunlight is still pouring down. His brilliance seems to illuminate everything, past, present, and future. That little figure in the distance, or perhaps the darkness sleeping within the abyss. As Leva looks toward that receding shape, it feels like she's looking at distant, sunnier, and a higher place. She clenches her fist without saying a word. 40. Please watch me. I'll make sure I keep the promise I made with you. Righty then. Nice. Huh. Definitely glad I was able to snag some time away to get this event done, because I was kind of looking forward to this event, especially ever since it was kind of hinted towards as coming up from the earlier story. I mean, technically I kind of knew about all this because obviously when they announced her character on the Chinese server, obviously we knew about it. We've known about it for a very long time. But still, it was rough to get through. Not because it was bad, although the writing I think could have been cleaned up a little bit. Mainly kind of a little repetition here and there. Saying, redundant data about 50 times early on was not exactly the most entertaining thing to read out loud, but again, at its core, it's definitely a very wholesome ending to what was kind of one of the more infamous sad things about the first game's story. But anyways, I'm sure they're going to start the next event probably in the next week or so, because obviously this it's probably going to be sooner than that, but whatever. I don't know when I'll get around to it. I'm trying not to pull off entirely from doing these streams. It's I've just been busy working on my other stuff, so they kind of take a little bit of a priority for this channel, unfortunately. As much as I don't want to drop playing Girls Frontline 2 on the stream and keeping the archive going of sorts, I don't even know if there's not many people that even really watch it, let's be honest. I don't know. We'll see. Depends. To be fair, it's not like I'm inundated with tons of other things that I'll be streaming on here anyway, so for now, it's fine. Anyway, I guess I shall see you guys for the next stream. I kind of have an idea of what I probably am going to stream in the near future, especially once I get this video fucking finally finished. Holy shit. That's been a different struggle of its own. It's not really, I don't really intend to keep it like a secret or something. I'm probably going to go through, I like to do a marathon every now and then. I'm going through the room games, so I'm probably going to do that. However, I do also want to revisit Yuminiki, the fan game, not the original. Because the last time I streamed that, I was kind of informed of the online version of it, which would be easier to manage for, so I don't have to go through the pain translation process of keeping it updated and stuff. Since they do, I don't know how frequently, but they do update the game and add more content and stuff, so. But I would like to get back to that, because, I mean, I don't know. I felt like I kind of scratched the surface of it, and there's a lot more to keep exploring through, and it's just a wholesome thing to stream. It's fun. Um, it also doesn't require me to talk for hours on end, and I don't know. They always people always tell you with streaming, it's like you gotta constantly be talking, man. It's like, well, unfortunately, I don't really, for a few reasons, that is not a strong suit of mine, as I'm sure you've been able to tell just from potentially watching these streams. But so that will come up next. Anyway, until next time, have a good one.